Morning. We're going to call our meeting to order. I'd like to note that meetings may be recorded and posted on the Wheatland County website or on social media. We do have an agenda before us. Does anybody have any additions or changes?
Yes, Madam Chairman, I have 3 additions under the new business. 9, Drumheller District Solid Waste request for decision. And number 10, Alberta Care, request for decision. And under closed session in camera, a legal matter with Southern Alberta Energy from Waste.
So we'll add those under 2.4.9 and 2.4.10, and then under 4.5.
Madam Chair, I also have an addition, just under correspondence 3.2, just a letter from Municipal Affairs.
We've also been asked, does anybody from council have any meetings that need to be ratified for December? Just so that we can, because we won't have a meeting that first week of January. I think we're good. Any other changes or additions? A motion to adopt the agenda as presented or as amended. Councillor Wilson has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. We have minutes from the regular council meeting December 3rd. A motion to approve unless anybody sees any errors or omissions.
I'll move as circulated.
Councillor Bigger has moved. Discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We also had the minutes from the public hearing December 3rd.
Moved as circulated.
Councillor Wilson has moved. All in favor? Motion is carried. Just a note, we did indicate verbally at our last meeting that the discussion regarding Councillor Wilson's resolution would be at 9 a.m. We do just have 2 public hearings that are scheduled as well. We're going to conduct those first just because I anticipate the resolution input session will take significantly more time than our public hearings. So we are just going to work through those. I don't anticipate that they will take very long. So I will move that the process for the Wheatland County Council meeting as it pertains to the scheduled public hearings will be as follows. Public hearing, first reading if required, then consideration for further readings of the bylaw for those public hearings that have been closed. I further move that the above process will take place with the absence of resolutions to go into and out of council before and after each public hearing. All in favor? Motion is carried. I'll now call the public hearing to order for Bylaw 2019-22 and Bylaw 2019-25. Oh, no, sorry, 2019-26. My apologies. And can you verify that circulation has been done in accordance with the MGA?
Circulation was done in accordance with the MGA.
Thank you.
Good morning. So this is the public hearing for Bylaw 2019-26 to redesignate 2.27 acres of the Southwest 22426 west of the 4th in order to facilitate a subdivision and consolidation into Plan 161-1661 Block 8 Lot 1. So the landowner of this smaller parcel right here would like to construct a heated garage but does not have enough space on their current parcel of 1.57 acres. They're proposing to redesignate 2.27 acres of the adjacent parcel to country residential in order to facilitate the subdivision and consolidation into their parcel, creating a new parcel totaling 3.84 acres. The proposal generally aligns with the SSRP, RGMS, MDP, and Cheadle's Area Structure Plan. It minimizes the amount of cultivated land removed from the larger parcel, which aligns with the policies addressing agricultural fragmentation. The country residential and agricultural general land use support each other and currently have minimal conflict, which aligns with the policies addressing minimizing conflict between land uses. The residential development is adjacent to the hamlet of Cheadle, which aligns with the policies encouraging residential development be clustered around urban areas. The proposed accessory building is a permitted use within the country residential district, and so the proposed land use is appropriate. At the time of writing this report and today, I've received no comments from adjacent landowners, and any concerns from external agencies or internal departments have been addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to speak for or against the bylaw? Any final comments? We will close the public hearing for bylaw 2019-26. Council can consider bylaw readings.
I'll move second reading for bylaw 2019-26.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move that council move for the third and final reading of bylaw 2019-26.
Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We'll call the public hearing to order for bylaw 2019-33.
Good morning again. I did hand out earlier some packages for council to read through, and I do have a couple of extras. So we received comments from landowners within the Nihil IDP, several letters in support of Wendy Clark, who will be speaking at the public hearing, and then a letter from TC Energy requesting a policy be put into the IDP, and then a letter from ATCO with several conditions as well. I'll discuss those shortly. Did anybody else want, I've only got three, so I have to share. Did anybody?
Would anybody like a copy of the comment package that council's considering?
Just go down to the plan area. Okay. 0. Municipalities that shared a border were required to enter into an intermunicipal development plan as of April 1st, 2018, amendments to the Municipal Government Act. Nihil and Wheatland County did not previously have an IDP. So the IDP's land use goals and objectives focus on retaining agriculture and grazing as primary land uses in the plan area, while also allowing for growth centers as identified in each municipality's statutory plans. As there's little development pressure within the plan area, the IDP's policies are high level, focusing on when to notify the other municipality of new developments and encouraging collaboration. The policies address all of the MGA required topics while allowing each municipality to retain control with their respective jurisdictions. The proposed town of Drumheller and Rocky View IDP areas both overlap with the originally proposed Nihil IDP area. So Wheatland and Nihil staff discussed the overlapping plan area to discuss policies that would involve 3 jurisdictions, and in the event of a conflict, which municipal jurisdiction or policies would take precedence. In order to address the overlapping plan area, Nihil and Wheatland staff are recommending the proposed Nihil-Wheatland plan area be adjusted to avoid any overlap, while adding a policy that still requests applications outside of the plan area be circulated to the adjacent municipality when required by the MGA, relevant statutory plan, land use bylaw, or policies within the IDP. So you can see on the plan area there, that any overlap of the Rocky View IDP area and the overlap that happened with the Drumheller IDP area were removed. The majority of the Nihil and Wheatland County boundary are still covered, and the policy that we are recommending be included would still require circulation to the county when appropriate. So for discretionary use, development permits, subdivisions, and redesignation applications, but it would fall to the municipalities' policies, whether they would circulate. So for Nihil, for example, their circulation radius is a half a mile versus Wheatland County's is a mile. So we'll still see applications within a half a mile of their border for discretionary use development permits. So we received 2 comments from external agencies. So ATCO sent a list of conditions. When staff asked for clarification, ATCO just sends it was an FYI for us for any application that may come in the future. ATCO doesn't want these within the IDP. And then the other comment we received was from TC Energy. So they requested that the policy, as they've written out, it's on the second page and highlighted in the package, be included in the IDP. Staff, Nehill and Wheatland County staff discussed the policy, and we already have circulation processes for oil and gas companies within our own policies, and so we didn't feel it was appropriate to include it in the IDP. It still can if council wishes that, but TC Energy is covered. They'll still be circulated for subdivision redesignation and development permit applications when appropriate. And so for this IDP, staff has recommended that the public hearing occurs first so that we're able to hear from the public prior to the document receiving first reading. The Nehill and Wheatland Intermunicipal Committee has reviewed the draft of the IDP, and all their concerns and comments have been addressed. An open house was held in Carbon where the public could have come and view the plan and have their questions answered. The public hearing will be the first opportunity that the public will have to provide comment regarding the plan specifically. So that concludes my presentation. I believe there are some folks who would like to speak to the IDP.
Is there anybody who would like to speak in support of the bylaw or of the IDP as it's been presented? Is there anybody who would like to speak with concerns? If you can just come to the podium and state your name, please.
Okay. Now, I think I can get to this. Okay. Okay, my name's Wendy Clark. There's a whole lot of people here that probably aren't interested in what I've got to say, so I'll try not to carry on too long. Good morning, Reeve Link, council members, administration, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wendy Clark. This is my husband, Richard, and this is Rick and Linda Skipstead. We're all from the Rosebud area. Okay, I'm a little nervous. Richard and I, our land falls within both, our land in Wheatland falls within the IDP area, and our land in Nehill is right on the edge. So I think we are very representative of having concerns in this area. Okay, so I'll just jump right in because you have a packed agenda. Okay, the purpose of the IDP, in the words of it, are to foster collaborative planning approach for lands along the common border between the two counties. Okay, in my more simple terms, I would just say, let's talk openly and honestly about changes to land management, especially when they'll affect our neighbors, just like we would tell our own families. Apparently, we need a whole document to tell us that. I would suggest one of the most important aspects of land use decisions along our borders is what our neighbors in either county are concerned about. Every landowner should be entitled to the continued quiet enjoyment of their property. Every resident should be regarded as an important part of the decision-making process. Okay, so there's a whole section, number 3, on policies. And I came to both planning departments in Nehill and Wheatland with a whole list. Well, they kind of shot me down and said, yeah, no. So I'm not even going to bother you with my list. Well, I actually thought it was a pretty good list, but I won't bother you with it. Anyway, I do believe this plan will meet its purpose, but I'd like to suggest a few amendments to some of the other sections. So first, if you would look on page 14, I forgot to. Okay, that's the IDP area there. And what you're seeing, what I really want to point out most is this area of the Rosebud River Valley.
It'd be page 53 of your package.
I think you, I think it's very clear you can see all the natural areas in there, and they're pretty important to us. So what we would like on page 14, there's a picture of the Rosebud River Valley, a beautiful shot done by John Groves. So this section on natural, it just describes the natural landscapes, and there's 3 points. We'd kind of like to add a 4th. And I'd like to ask Rick to explain.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say that I've always thought the Rosewood River Valley was in need of some kind of environmental protection. And for many years, I have sought this protection on my own land. 6 years ago, along with the silent majority in this IDP area, we started down that road. I think I can say grassroots Albertans should not be silent. They should stand up for what they believe in and support governments that work for and in the interests of the people they serve. Last week, Richard and Wendy and Linda and I signed a conservation easement with Western Sky Land Trust. We are very excited and honored to announce that we have protected over 4,000 acres in the Rosebud River Valley watershed forever. And I think there's more to come. We will continue to manage and work our lands as our families have done for over a century, always striving to be better stewards. We'll continue to grow our crops, graze our grass sustainably, and always with the health of the river valley foremost in our minds. We will not subdivide or commercially develop our property. This is a promise to our neighbors and our community. We recognize that what happens in our lands affects their lives as well. We also recognize the critical importance of the river valley as a wildlife sanctuary on a predominantly cultivated landscape. We would like to thank the folks at Western Sky Land Trust. They were so enthusiastic when I first contacted them. They recognized almost immediately that the Rosewood River Valley was a very special place. We are, in fact, a bit humbled by the opportunity they have given us. A wise young man once suggested to us, if you don't look after planning, eventually somebody else will look after it for you. Last week, we used the best tool we have, a conservation easement that will look after these lands for generations to come. Thanks.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, so maybe just quickly, I'd like to introduce Max Fritz, the Executive Director of Western Sky Land Trust. Okay, so what I would like you to consider, this is the land that we have protected here, and you can see it covers a good portion of the Rosebud River Valley. And its tributaries. So I would like to propose that we add a statement in that description that the portions of the Rosebud River watershed, including the 4,000 acres protected by conservation easement agreements between Western Sky Land Trust and the landowners. Okay. So now let's go on and talk about some, oh, I want to go back, sorry. That was too quick. Okay, let's talk about some amendments that we would like you to consider. But first, I just need to talk about the racetrack area structure plan that's mentioned in this document, because it, of course, is of concern to us. And I'll be using it in examples because it's the process that I know. And I believe the IDP would, if in place, would have helped that process. And I think that would be a great thing. Okay, we believe that the area structure plan for this and the DC district for this racetrack would fragment the Rosebud River Valley at its core. 1,800 people and 400 high-powered cars and motorcycles daily, 100 of them on racetracks at the same time, sun up to sundown, 50 weeks of the year. It will impact habitat for a dozen special status species, destroy rare native grass fescue, and disrupt wildlife corridors. This is not who we are as Albertans. We struggle with foreign-funded environmental forces against projects necessary on a national scale. But here locally, to be credible, we must demonstrate we know how to protect our own lands. We have to guide high-impact projects that are of commercial and even industrial scales that can be built elsewhere away from our most precious landscapes. Oops. Okay, so the First Amendment I'd like to recommend would be on page, I think it's on page 21, it's section 3.1.6. I would suggest we remove that section that claims that the area structure plan for the racetrack should take precedence over the IDP. Now, my understanding is the IDP is on top of all the other plans and bylaws. And I'll explain further here. When the SSRP was introduced, Wheatland County went through a process of auditing all their bylaws, including planning bylaws, to be sure they complied with the SSRP. Now, the Red Deer Regional Plan will eventually emphasize the same protection for river valleys, and Kneehill County will be required to pass the same requisite audits to comply. So now, if any further approvals should come about for this racetrack, Kneehill County might as well get on board and audit the area structure plan for compliance with both the IDP and the SSRP to cover the audit requirements for the future Red Deer Regional Plan. Both counties might as well know now what the non-compliance issues are. This is a shared river valley. Impacts are shared. Okay, number 2. And you just get to see a pretty picture of the Rosebud River Golden Eagles. Number 2, I'd like to suggest the IDP committee should have discretion to ask for more information about any development in the IDP area. Okay, this may be in the form of additional information, reports not yet provided, or in the form of third-party reviews. The deciding council and the public should have the pertinent information required at the appropriate step in the process, preferably sooner than later. Third-party reviews have been requested by both counties in the past. Were approvals to continue for a racetrack, it's imperative the committee meet and have the option to ask for a third-party review of the noise impact assessment and the environmental impact assessment. Do you know that 85% of the residents affected by this ASP are in Wheatland County? The provider of the noise impact assessment disavowed itself of the client-supplied source data on which the entire report and its conclusions depend. Garbage in, garbage out. The environmental report did not, for example, use the Alberta setbacks for species at risk. It used Manitoba's instead. There are a number of other deficiencies that I could go on about, but I hope at some point, if we ever have to address it, this council will give me, or a committee would give me the opportunity to talk about them. Okay, number 3. Notification of other counties for development in the IDP area is critical. Now, in section 4.2, I think it's on page 30, and I'm not sure in your draft, is the intermunicipal referral process. Now, it's like a couple pages. It looks like notification is required for everything, but not quite. You see, the IDP should state that subdivision and discretionary development permit applications should be referred to the other county, including those within an area structure plan. Now, for example, in 2017, the racetrack subdivision was not circulated to Wheatland County. That's because in section 653 of the MGA, notification is not required when the lands fall within an area structure plan. Now, our group alerted Wheatland to the item on the Kneehill Council agenda. Wheatland then had the opportunity to advise Kneehill that critical language from a prior Municipal Government Board 690 dispute decision had been left out. Kneehill delayed and added the appropriate language. This IDP area has one area structure plan. In the future, it should not be used to hide development from Wheatland County. The purpose of the IDP is to foster awareness and cooperation. I believe in the IDP area we can do better than what the MGB, the Municipal Government Act, doesn't say you cannot notify. It just says you're not required to notify. In the IDP area, we can do better. Oh, I might also note just that this subdivision was not extended by Kneehill County Council in 2019, so it is no longer in effect. Okay, number 4, the IDP committee must be allowed a reasonable timeline to do its work. Now, I do understand that county planners are under time constraints in some stages of the process, according to the MGA. But when applicants make inquiries in the IDP area, in the very first place to the planning departments, they should be notified they're in an IDP area, and if they want to speed the process up, it depends on their proactive communication with both counties and with the residents of both counties. In other words, if they do their homework, they will know what both counties will require, and the process will be smooth. If not, extensions beyond 21 days for the IDP committee might be necessary in order for the committee to request more information and if they have complex issues to deal with. Number 5, the composition of the IDP committee appears to me not to be fully decided. I would suggest an equal number of council representatives from each county, 2 at a minimum, and more in some cases, might be reasonable. Now, for the IDP area in the Rosebud River Valley, I'd like to make a suggestion. I would suggest a member of the public with knowledge of the environmental issues in the valley would be valuable for comment, like you have on the MPC. Given the stake now held by Western Sky Land Trust, possibly they or a similar organization could be approached to bring a person forward. Otherwise, the Rosebud community has knowledgeable persons dedicated to protecting the valley. Now, Wheatland County also has an environmental coordinator. Perhaps both counties could benefit from the expertise of the person in that position when considering the Rosebud River Valley. Here's my summary. There's 6 items there. I certainly appreciate you listening to our concerns. Thank you very much, and have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
I'd like to thank you for coming in. Is there anybody else who would like to speak to bylaw 2019-33? And if you can just state your name, sir.
Pardon?
If you can just state your name, sir.
Clive Elliott, and we have land north of this area. And I'll simply say that all environmental, ecological surveys, research, etc., has indicated that this area, claimed now by the racetrack Badland Motorsport, is an extremely ecologically important area. Most of the big game, i.e. moose, white-tailed deer, mule deer, come up the Rosebud River Valley and then up the assorted tributaries, i.e. that's why the area has reasonably good big game populations. And that Rosebud Valley is extremely important in terms of maintaining that good ecological big game population throughout quite a region there. And in view of the analysis of one environmental consulting outfit and one or more other biologists, here we put in reports, recommendations, etc., to the former Kneehill Council, i.e. before this last election. And they voted really to go totally against what all the recommendations, analysis reports, etc. indicated. And then, if that wasn't strange enough or shocking enough to many of the residents of the region, the former council...
Sir, I'm just going to interrupt for one moment. I'm just going to ask that comments be limited to up to applying to the Kneehill IDP.
Yep.
So we're not here to discuss decisions made by another municipal council.
Okay.
If you can just focus your comments on the IDP that's before us for the public
Okay.
hearing. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, I'll just say that one of the results simply was many of the people who made that funny decision are no longer in the committee there, or on the council. Meanwhile, for both Wheatland and Kneehill County, it is pretty important to keep those ecologically significant areas, to maintain, let's call it the ecological balance and the nature of rural life throughout quite a big area there. Therefore, in deciding what should be done in the IDP, let's consider all those factors. And I'll have to say that the racetracks like proposed could probably go in more than 100 different places that people would not object to up there. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else to speak to bylaw 2019-33? If not, does staff have any final comments?
So I might suggest there were a lot of comments and suggestions made in terms of textual amendments, policy amendments, that we might distill that, because I'm presuming there will be some questions here, and then we will be able to come back with answers to those questions, maybe 5 minutes, unless the public hearing, if the public hearing closes.
So given that there's no further public input, I am going to close the public hearing. Oh, sorry, Glenn. Councillor Kester.
I thought staff said they wanted to make comments, so I'd hate to have the public hearing closed before they have a chance to make the comments, number one.
Absolutely. So I can make some general high-level comments to council. I'll start with that administration. We do have actually we've started a good working relationship with the Land Trust, so that's a positive. And we do recognize the environmental sensitivities, the ecological uniqueness of the area within the IDP, and all of that within question. I'll say my professional opinion is that the IDP balances that preservation with development. I'll also note to council that the recent Bill 25 amendments that came forward, which you're all aware of with the red tape reduction, those don't impact what's going on here and the discussion, just for your information as well. And 6 of the suggested amendments put forward, Western Sky Land Trust describing that in the policy, removing a section of the IDP, and discussing the IDP's kind of timelines, composition, and the discretion. I would like to have maybe a couple minutes to go back, because I would presume that we need to address the 6 of those, of course, just to kind of have a glance at that, and then we can definitely answer those answers to council. But I would like to note that we do recognize the ecological sensitivities and the uniqueness of the area. And that is first and foremost what an IDP development land use does look to. We look to the environmental sensitivities, the economic, and the social aspects of every development that's put forward.
I like the 6 up there for sure. I've went through it before and I've got some history there. So yeah, take all the time you need. And another question I'd like to ask is how many in the audience are here specifically for this bylaw or for both? I'm just curious. Thank you. I'm not going to count you. I just wanted council to know that there was more than 4 that were speaking come specifically for this bylaw. We got a few letters here too. Okay.
So would staff prefer that we recess the public hearing, or I was considering given the weightiness of the feedback that's been provided, proposing that council consider sending the IDP back to the committee for further discussion with Nihil to explore how we can mitigate some of these concerns.
Through the chair to staff, have Nihil held an open house yet, or are they going to hold one, or is this the open house for that?
Nihil is only granted first reading to the IDP. They have scheduled their public hearing, I can't remember, I think in the new year. I was going to give them some feedback based on what had happened during this public hearing. And then we just kind of let them know what happened so they could be prepared for theirs. But they haven't held their public hearing yet, no.
Okay, so I'm with Glenn. I want to wait and see what happens with their public hearing and how they respond, because these 2 documents have to, right, okay.
I'm thinking you'll be contacting Nihil County and making them aware, and that we are hopefully recessing the public hearing until such a time we have time to flesh out these things.
Absolutely, through the Reeve, yes.
Okay. Because the alternative would be, if we close the public hearing, comments would be stopped, and the dialogue wouldn't be able to continue. And then the public hearing comes to Nihil County. Wheatland County would have to take a position in that public hearing, I'm thinking, because of what happened here. Is that a short synopsis accurate?
Through the Reeve, yes, that's a fair assessment.
Okay.
My planner 2 actually has a comment with regards to, I think it's item 6, the members of the public to the IDP committee.
Through the Reeve, so there's nothing dictating who can compose an intermunicipal committee. Under policy.
Megan, can you speak up?
Oh,
please?
sorry. So there's nothing dictating in policy who can compose an intermunicipal committee. In the Nihil Wheatland County IDP under policy 4.1.7, it already says that at least 1 member of each municipality's administrative staff should attend each meeting in the capacity of a technical non-voting advisor. So if it was appropriate, we could have that environmental advisor come in from the county. Traditionally, Wheatland County's intermunicipal committees are just made up of councillors. But if we wanted to have that change and include a member of the public, that is entirely up to council, and it would involve a discussion with Nihil first.
I don't know if it's appropriate to put language in there, like along Highway 9. It's not so environmentally sensitive, and it's part of the IDP too. But the Rosebud River Valley is part of, and it's environmentally sensitive. It would be good to have an environmental person there, if it's an area resident, because there are quite a few, or county staff, but I would be much happier if the area residents were given first crack at it. Does that make sense? Because they're very up on the environmental issues of the area. It's that valley that is different than the highway. And I realize there's two parts there, but one is environmentally sensitive, and number 6 is really speaking to the environmental impacts of that valley. And that extra member was more for, I'm thinking, for the environmental contribution that person would be able to make. Is that fair, Wendy? I'll just ask you. Fair? Okay. Does that make sense?
So through the Reeve, just to summarize, along Highway 9, a member of the public who is well-versed in environmentally sensitive lands for that particular area.
Not along the Highway 9, because it's just more or less open farmland. But that river valley is, we could have the environmental person is more critical for the river valley than it is for the number 9. I'd be willing to bend for that. Otherwise, environmental person for the whole plan, right? If that's better that way, but that would be my only compromise.
Yeah, so through the Reeve to council, so what we'll do is we'll take that into the consideration if in fact, pardon me, if in fact we are recessing the public hearing and then going back to committee, we can take that, which we've already done, as a suggestion for that new composition to the committee and bring that forward to Kneehill County after this. When we make contact with Kneehill, we do have a whole host of clearly of suggestions and textual amendments and committee composition suggestions. So we have noted that, and specific to the environment, the environmental concerns and the ecological uniqueness of this area.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions before we recess? Okay, we will recess the public hearing for bylaw 2019-33. Does administration have a recommendation?
So without knowing the next council dates, I don't know if the CAO can. So more than likely, I would say to be more comfortable here, the 14th, we don't believe we will be able to bring the committee together just due to scheduling conflicts. In addition to that, as council will note, we don't know, I think the public hearing with Kneehill is early or mid-January. So I think the safest bet would be February the 4th as a council meeting.
Do the councillors who sit on the IDP committee to February 4th?
Just a recommendation. We can't make a motion. We're in public hearing, and when staff has some relevant information, I'm sure they're not going to be. We have a deadline to meet here too, right?
We'll just recess it for now and we can come back.
Perfect,
when we have
thanks.
further information. With council's permission, I would like to suggest that we move to 2.31 and then go back to 2.13, the bylaw and public hearing schedulings, just out of respect for ratepayers that are waiting to speak to 2.31.
Yep.
Is there agreement? I should have amended the agenda, my apologies. So we will now move to 2.31, Alberta First Resolution as revised December 3rd, 2019. There was a notice of motion that was put on at our last meeting.
So I just want to thank everybody for showing up today, no matter where you stand on the resolution. I think conversation is always a good thing, and open discussion on large issues like this is very good. But just moving in, over the last number of weeks, I've had the honor of meeting numerous residents of the county and people from all over the province. Whether it be locals, municipal leaders, MLAs, or even MPs, the vast majority believe that Alberta is getting a raw deal from the federal government and want Ottawa to understand our frustrations as Albertans. This resolution encompasses certain recommendations within the provincial government's authority that can be implemented to achieve greater autonomy and allow the local and regional needs of the province be governed by its people, rather than bureaucrats in Ottawa. This is not a plea for independence, but a plea for a fair deal. Now, many people say this isn't a municipal issue. It's not our jobs to meddle in provincial or federal politics, and that's okay. However, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Every 20 years, Western alienation is a hot topic. The late 70s and early 80s with Trudeau Sr. and the National Energy Program. The growth of the Reform Party in the late 90s and early 2000s, and today, with Justin Trudeau and his anti-West policies that continue to attack our residents and our industries. And every 20 years, municipalities aren't part of the conversation. We as rural municipalities can no longer expect someone else to fix the problem. We, the grassroots of Alberta, Rick stole that line before I did, need a seat at the table if we hope to fix the fundamental flaws within Confederation. We must show solidarity between the municipal level of government and the provincial level of government in order to show the urgent need for change. Change is never easy, but it is often necessary. While this resolution may be out of our lane, it is needed. You can't expect to make meaningful change by staying in your lane. You must break barriers and you must step outside of your comfort zone. That being said, I will gladly move that Wheatland County Council adopt the Alberta First Resolution in order to secure a fair deal within Confederation.
Just a couple of comments around process. This is not a public hearing, but I thought just in terms of organization, we will conduct it according to our public hearing procedural bylaw. I am going to note that we are going to prioritize hearing from Wheatland County ratepayers. Out of respect for the time of everybody here today, I will ask that you try your best not to repeat points that have already been made by other speakers. I'm going to ask first for people who would like to speak in support of the proposed resolution, and then we will follow that by hearing from people that have concerns with the resolution. Our procedural bylaw does state that people will have 10 minutes to speak. If you can just minimize the time as much as possible out of respect for everybody here. And if you can just state your name when you come to the mic to speak, please. So I will open the floor to anybody who would like to speak in support of the resolution. You can just come to the microphone, sir, and state your name.
Hello. I'm Alan McLennan from Division 1, and I wish to speak in favor of this proposal. I think that just as much as Nehill and Wheatland like to collaborate, it's completely appropriate that all levels of government collaborate, regardless of whether they're federal or municipal. And it's commendable that the government of Alberta has made this proposal available to the 360 plus municipalities in Alberta. So I think it's okay. You got me?
Yeah, that's good, Alan.
Okay. I think it's extremely comprehensive, extremely brief, and extremely lawful, this proposal. And it addresses just about everything that would be of significance in the future that we've run into in the past, problems. So therefore, I would completely, as a student of the Constitution, endorse this. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, everyone. Council chambers, especially Ben and all the good people that take the time to come out to listen to these concerns. Jason, thank you very much for your comments. Before I go into anything, I want to say I support this resolution. I've only got one page and a little bit, Amber, so I'm not going to carry on. Just going to warn you, it's not a long speech. I took my time. What's that?
What's your name?
That's coming, Tom. You just relax. So, my subject, and this script, by the way, I will forward to every council member after I finish via email, so you have a copy of it. Subject, New Deal, Fair Deal. So, my name is Wilf Couts, and I'm a resident in the county of Wheatland, within the Lakes of Muirfield at Lyelta, Alberta. I have decades of experience in farming and ranching in the Hana country, and now, in the past many years, am involved in the hotel industry and also the automotive dealership. And because of these experiences and involvements, business is no stranger in my vocabulary. I chose to put my thoughts and words to paper and refer to them by reading them. Because of the past provincial government Alberta has had, that being the NDP, and along with the federal government, the Liberals, at the same time, sadly within those 4 to 5 year time frame, in power, they collectively managed to cripple Alberta to the point of no return. Consequently, now our current mayor, or premier, Mr. Kenney, has inherited their total mess, which possibly can never be repaired or revived to where we once were. Alberta for many years was truly the heartbeat and the financial backbone to all of Canada because of our oil and gas industry, along with our great agricultural base. Our great and thriving province boomed for decades, thus was the place to work and live because of our wealth, along with having the best people with the best worth ethics and values, to now where it's becoming a province where most Albertans are faced with survival and not knowing what tomorrow brings. With the crippling aftermath that we've been handed down, we have now been forced into a corner and without option to stand up and be counted before we get totally crushed and cannot be revived. Ottawa will keep grinding Alberta into the dirt, with poverty being inevitable. Throughout our slow-dying process, our federal government, along with their ignorance on many issues, still continue to have their hand out to Alberta to feed the East, as we always have. Because Alberta's never had enough population to represent in Ottawa, and now even is lessening, we will never have enough voice that counts in their chambers. Ottawa has a great history of throwing us a few crumbs from time to time, and then burp us over the past, believing that would silence our province. Yet that worked for many years, and the only reason that was accepted was because Alberta was thriving on its own. Guess what? Those days are over. Having said all the above, I make it very clear that I support and encourage our existing provincial government and all our counties within our province to band together and go shoulder to shoulder and demand that Alberta gets the proposed New Deal, which would be a fair deal from Ottawa. I also encourage, support, and request that the governing body within this chamber, which represents our county of Wheatland, display leadership and do their part in pushing relentlessly for the New Deal for Alberta. I strongly believe every one of our elected officials in this room needs to reconsider County Wheatland, and that we are in the heart of the oil and gas industry and agriculture based. And obviously that's what pays the bills. We also have obligations to our many residents and ratepayers that inject huge tax dollars as well. I'm sure everyone in this room that understands business realize that our income or our money stream is decaying daily within our province and our counties because the ignorance Ottawa displays towards Alberta. On this note, not only I speak for myself, but also for many corporations, companies, and strong working class people requesting that our Alberta gets involved in our county, meaning bonding, communicating, and all other counties demand the New Deal for Alberta as well. If our great province is not successful in reaching a New Deal, the possibility of separation is inevitable, albeit would that be the last card played. I believe this avenue would not be the hope of most Albertans and or, in fact, Canadians, but abuse from Ottawa will no longer be tolerated. Separation would be no different than engaging in a new business or a venture. Initially, it may seem complicated to many, yet once structured, it becomes the productive and very rewarding. As many here are aware of, this movement would be a referendum within Alberta and our good neighbor Saskatchewan. I make it very clear, this isn't why I'm up here. I'm up here to support that our county gets involved. But just for a point of interest, here we are in Alberta, Saskatchewan the same. We're begging for crumbs. And collectively, between these two provinces, we share some of the most valuable resources on this planet. Number one, endless lumber resources. Number two, we have the third largest oil and gas reserves in the world. Number three, agriculture. Our beef industry, along with our grain production, we match or in fact surpass any country or province in the world. Number four, the largest uranium reserves in the world are in northern Saskatchewan, and also Saskatchewan is loaded with potash. Last but not least, we're blessed with tourism. Our Rocky Mountains with Lake Louise, Banff, Jasper National Parks, plus all the lakes and rivers between both provinces are plentiful for recreation, fishing, etc. Make no mistake, if we're forced into a corner and it came to separation, which I'm not advocating as number one, under the world rules in the United Nations, which you can all Google and check, if that happened, Alberta and Saskatchewan could never be landlocked in order to deliver or trade our natural resources to the world stage or markets. In closing and bottom line, initially and only for now, I believe that the top priority, and at this point, is to fight for the New Deal, or I also refer to that as the Fair Deal, and without compromise from our government. With time being of the essence, results best happen quickly. And I also want to really reassure everybody in this room, and I'm making myself very clear, this letter that I put together and read in absolute terms is not pushing separation first. Rather, if the New Deal is accomplished, and all other avenues will fade and they'll disappear. Simply put, to accomplish this, Albertans need the county involvement and support. We're all in this together. I thank everyone in this chamber for your consideration, and Council Chamber, I will forward you via email a copy of my letter. Thank you very much. Have a nice day, and thank you, audience.
Thank you.
Those speeches were phenomenal. Wonderful support. Thank you. I am Diane Brown from Division 1.
Can you stand up, please?
Scratch him off my Christmas list. First, I would like to thank the Wheatland County Council for putting forward this resolution in principle that has enabled the residents of the county to have an open discussion about issues that, to me, are a concern and should be addressed. One of the first things Mr. Wilson stated when putting forward the resolution, that he was not a separatist in any way. Yet, so many missed that part. We fear that if the resolution is passed, Alberta could separate. Not at all. We will certainly not need a passport to go to Saskatchewan tomorrow if the resolution passes. It is just giving us an opportunity to be heard. What harm is there in opening the door for more constructive discussion? Our province is in terrible debt at the present time. Cutting teachers, nurses, infrastructure, library funding cuts, yet a large portion of our money continues to go down east. It would make more sense to keep the money here in Alberta to be distributed right down to the municipalities. We aren't asking for any more than Quebec already has and has had for many years. Some people feel that it is not the job of the county council to make this resolution. I disagree. This process must start here with the grassroots people of Alberta. Our municipalities have shown, other municipalities have shown support for the resolution. If we all come together in a show of solidarity, it shows the government of Alberta we mean business, not for separation, but for equality for all of Canada. Alberta will be able to go to the bargaining table knowing that the people of Alberta at all levels are behind them every step of the way. I encourage the councillors, when they cast their vote today, to consider, are you willing to allow the resolution to go to the next level and keep the discussions going? Or are you just going to let that door close right here in the council chambers? I would say no harm in trying. What is there to lose? We are no different than any other minority group in Canada. We just want to be treated equal and get a fair deal. Thank you.
Madam Chair, councillors, administration, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dexter Nelson. We farm near Carsland. We have for multiple generations, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak to this resolution. The question that I asked myself is, why are we here today and what problem are we trying to solve? The answer for me is we, Alberta and its constituents, have a chronically dysfunctional relationship with the Canadian federal government. What does it look like? It looks like a 25 to 45% office space vacancy rate in downtown Calgary. I recently talked to a very good friend of mine who was a VP for land for a small oil company. I asked him, how does this compare to 1980 for the National Energy Program? He went pale and said, it's so much worse. It looks like a 20% unemployment rate for people aged 18 to 25. Can it get worse? Sure. As an example, in Spain, the same age group has a 50% unemployment rate. It's not something that we perhaps shouldn't forget. On our socioeconomic problems are exacerbated by Bill 69, being the No More Pipelines Bill, and Bill 48, the ban on oil tankers off the northwest BC coast. As a point of interest, since the Exxon Valdez oil spill in March of 1989, all oil shipments along the coast from Alaska to western USA require double-hulled tankers, a tug attached, and a tug on call. They have not had a problem since then. Oddly enough, it doesn't seem like similar precautions have to be enacted in eastern Canada. Of our two major export industries in Alberta, energy and agriculture, we're being excluded from the opportunity to sell to international markets. China won't take our canola. India has a 33% import duty on our lentils. In terms of equalization payments since 1961 and in 2017 adjusted dollars, Alberta has contributed $611 billion.
Quebec has received a net total of $476 billion. This year, Quebec is running a $5 billion surplus. The federal government is also giving them $13.1 billion in equalization payments. This year, we have a Canadian energy companies like Encana leaving Canada and going to the United States. So why should you, our municipal representatives, take it upon yourselves to initiate and pass the Alberta First Resolution? To quote from the December 13th Strathmore Times, County Reeve Amber Link spoke in favor of supporting the resolution as a method of advocacy from the municipality to other levels of government. Grassroots movements can be powerful and concerns of the West need to be addressed. From the RMA website, resolutions are crucial to RMA's advocacy efforts, and they will allow members to have a direct role in the democratic process by identifying priority issues that require action by other levels of government. Let me share a brief story from yesterday. My cousin and I were having lunch in a restaurant in Strathmore. Out of curiosity, we asked the lady taking our order how the downturn in the economy was affecting her and her family. I didn't ask, but I suspect she was a single mother. She said when she goes to buy food, she has to be increasingly careful about what and how much she can buy. She is constantly looking for coupons to ease her burden. I believe your job as our representatives are to make decisions which look after the best interests of your constituents and to protect the most vulnerable in our society. I also understand from reading the December 13th issue of the Strathmore Times, you had received 21 emails, and I'm sure you may have received more, but from that point related to your resolution. I suspect you may now have more, but having said that, as reported, 4 were not supportive and 17 were. Although not scientific, this is a representative sample of your constituents. When the history book is written about you and your decision today, related to this resolution, will it say that you capitulated to the 20% who did not agree with this, or to the 80% that did? To me, the choice is self-evident. Please vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to speak in support of the resolution?
Okay, Clive Elliott again. And having been a scientist for years and looking at human behavior, my opinion, based on the following facts, that number one, Pierre Trudeau, Justin's father, frequently, and this is even before he became Prime Minister, he used to visit new communist countries. If another country in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc., became communist, he would go there as a reporter and interview lots of people, taking notes on exactly how those people managed to get communism into that particular country. And about 10 years ago, when one or more reporters were interviewing Pierre and Justin Trudeau, both of them said clearly they strongly, greatly admired people like Fidel Castro and Mao Zedong. When asked why, they were able to take such full, absolute control of their countries through implementing communism. And now, take a look at what Pierre Trudeau tried to do, i.e. the National Energy Program we're all familiar with. Thanks to certain provincial politicians, etc., he didn't succeed. Now, look what his son has done. Isn't it a funny coincidence that his son and what he started out trying to follow, the Communist International Plan for taking over large, democratic, well-organized countries. And step one, try and take as much control as you can, i.e., this is for people already in some level of government. Advice to them to turn it into a dictatorship. Try and take as much control as you can over the energy resources of that country. Number two, when and if you have a fair amount of control over the energy resources, use them, restricting them largely, to put out of business or put out of the country big industrial, well, parts of the economy, i.e., knock the economy level way, way down. And one of the results, if you can accomplish it, try and lower the value of that country's currency. And note, as the other speaker said, how Encana has gone. Notice that happened after the last election when Justin Trudeau was again Prime Minister. They too, after what, 14 or more other big companies before them, have gone out of Canada or out of business. And another strange thing, the Liberal governments from Pierre Trudeau and through what, Jean Chrétien, etc., up to Justin, are frequently talking about gun control. Oh, why is gun control necessary? Oh, crime control. If anybody in the world looks at the history of firearms ownership among law-abiding citizens versus the crime rates in the country, how come Switzerland had the world's lowest crime rate for years and years and years? Isn't it a funny coincidence they had the world's highest per capita gun ownership rate during those years? Their rules, and then Scandinavian countries adopted the Swiss system, by the way, after World War II. Their crime rates went way, way down. They too have among the world's highest per capita gun ownership rate now. The deal was educate kids in school how to reasonably safely handle a firearm, and then for the responsible citizens who took special training, which all these countries offered, for men and women, they were, number one, learning how to safely, effectively use any assorted types of firearms. If their skill was in handgun use, they were strongly encouraged, or in some countries even required, to carry their handgun, usually concealed with them, in their normal daily lives. So if they came around a corner and somebody was trying to rob somebody or kidnap a woman or whatever, hey, they could step in quickly. And with their training, you know, do make a citizen's arrest, etc. Hence, those countries had the world's lowest crime rates, and yet the world's highest per capita gun ownership. And one of the Communist International parts of the plan, try and disarm your law-abiding loyal citizens so that they cannot react forcefully if and when your government now declares that your country is a dictatorship and trying to take over. I.e., if we have 2 or 3, well, 3 or more million Canadians with firearms, how big is the Canadian Army? Not very big. If the Canadian government ordered them to, you know, we're now going to institute a communist dictatorship, go and disarm the public, the Army wouldn't stand a chance. So, and the Liberal governments, as I said, under Pierre Trudeau, Chrétien, Justin, have spent over $4 billion trying to institute some sort of gun control, enabling them to very quickly disarm the law-abiding citizens. And when asked, what are you going to do about taking the guns away from the criminals, the terrorists, etc.? There's nothing they can do about that. They want to register all the guns in Canada so that at a moment's notice they could have army units in every part of Canada move in and try and take away the guns from the people to whom they're registered. Who are they registered to? The honest, law-abiding citizens who would darn well use them to fight off a foreign army trying to invade, or if Justin Trudeau told the Canadian Army and all the police, etc., disarm everybody now, we're changing our government pattern. So that is why they're trying to register guns. But with all that, fine, you can look on all this as just a funny coincidence that Liberal governments have happened to be behaving in this particular pattern. Isn't it funny that the pattern happens to be the Communist International Plan for taking over democratic countries? Anyway, God help us, and we are in the position to be able to do something about what our government, federally, provincially, etc., decides. So do it or you lose it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in support of the resolution?
Good morning. My name is Terry Kinsman, and I am the owner of Rocking Our Guest Ranch, which is just up the road from the county here. But my husband and I were in the oil industry for 30 plus years before we retired, and I'd just like to say that I know how what's happening affects the oil industry and also the tourism industry, so I'd like to just speak briefly to both. In the oil industry, when I started at the last company I worked for before retiring in 2006, we had maybe 4 people in the environmental group. And by the time I retired 7 years later, we had 135 people in that same group. So if you think for a minute from an environmental perspective that the oil industry isn't regulated, you are seriously wrong. It is regulated to the nth degree. And the people that work in those companies are very careful about what they do, because if they're not careful about it, they get hauled up on the carpet and have the potential of losing their production rates. So, and now my husband and I have more or less reinvented ourselves, and we're very involved in the tourism world, which is sometimes much more exciting than the oil industry, but nonetheless, it is a major contributor to the economy in Canada. The current government is not only affecting what's happening in the oil industry, but it's also affecting what's happening in the tourism industry. And I know that someone spoke today about the Rocky Mountains, but once again, the Canadian Badlands is right under your nose. In fact, a number of areas in the Canadian Badlands are within Wheatland County, and it's very important that this next iconic destination in Alberta continues to get funding so we can continue to do the good work that we are doing. I sit on the board of directors for Canadian Badlands Tourism, and today our executive director, Lana Hogan, is here to speak a little later about the Canadian Badlands and what we are doing. Donna is also on the board of directors. But we are seriously in need of funding for the Canadian Badlands if we want to do what the Rocky Mountains is doing and to be the next iconic tourism destination in Alberta. And we can't do that with the current government because that funding has also been cut drastically. So it is impacting many people in this county, and I think it's very important that you as a council support the resolution. Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to speak in support of the resolution?
Madam Chairman, Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bart Hampton, and I live in what I call Soboville, but Strathmore. However, I am proud of Wheatland County, and I do believe that this resolution has to go forward. I'm here to speak on policing. We have a problem today with policing in this province, and especially in the rural area. We have a crime rate that has gone up 200 to 300%. And we all wonder why. Number one, there's not the manpower. And I don't believe there's the training. and we need to solve this. And the only true solution is to either have a provincial police force or your own municipal force. And I think I know a little bit what I'm talking about because I spent 30 years in the RCMP. And today I find it sad. If anybody asks me what I've done for a living, I don't lie. I tell them I was a contract auctioneer, and I did that on the side. But the problem with policing today is, once again, it's controlled from Ottawa. They're really not concerned about the needs of the provinces. The RCMP today used to be a police force, and when I joined, what you joined for, and most of us were farm kids that went to the force, we believed in right and wrong, accountability, and work ethic. Today in society, we don't have that. So therefore, we have to create that again. And by doing that is, once again, going to a provincial force where it's controlled locally or a municipal force. Now, municipalities are really experiencing this, of course, is the Lower Mainland. Surrey is going to a municipal force. And once that happens, you're going to see a domino effect throughout the Lower Mainland to be a regional force. And all as I want to say to council is, and I think the time will be coming when you're going to seriously look at possibly a municipal force or help the province get a provincial force. But by doing that, you will be able to pick the people that will be in your force, and you can pick the elite. And my advice when that time comes, do not, and I pray that you won't, take someone from upper management of the RCMP to help you create that force. And the reason I say that, if you do that, what you're achieving is you're bringing the culture and the ideology that we no longer like. You're only 55 kilometers from one of the top police forces in North America, and that is Calgary Police Service. I, over the years, spent a lot of time on courses with that organization and working with that organization, and it's second to none, and the same as Edmonton as well. Anyway, I would like to thank you for listening to me, and one other thing is the reason I'm so concerned is when I was stationed here, I was on what we called a rural collator code, so I was supposed to police the rural area. All as we did was subsidize the town of Strathmore, which is wrong. And after I retired, I used to get so upset because I've been retired now 15 years. In the 15 years, I've got, and I've documented it, over 45 calls over the years from taxpayers in the rural area asking me, what do we do? We've had a break and enter, or we've had our shop broken in at the farm, our tools taken, and nobody seems to care. We phone, nobody attends, nobody calls. What do we do? And the only thing I can suggest is call subdivision, and hopefully they'll care, as well as your MLA. So anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you all for serving the county. Have a Merry Christmas and God bless.
Any other comments in support of the resolution?
My name's Slim Wilson. I haven't actually prepared anything, but basically I support this resolution, and the one thing that I would like to talk about is basically what this process can do for municipalities. If you ratify this and go forward to the, what is it, the zone or whatever it is, the next meeting is, it puts pressure on your provincial government. And if you can get other municipalities aligned with you, it puts even more pressure on them. It's an old way of negotiating. The unions have been using it for years. It's called collective bargaining. And if you use this, not only because it's a good resolution, but to start this new method of, or not this, or restart this old method of negotiating by putting pressure on the provincial government with collective bargaining with the other municipalities. And if you can actually affect change by this, instead of having it used against you all the time, use it for a good purpose. All the other points were touched on already by other speakers, and that's about the only thing is it will improve your effectiveness as a municipality, I think, by doing this. Thanks.
Anyone else who would like to speak in support of the resolution? Anybody who would like to speak with concerns regarding the resolution? Oh, yep, we're going to take just a 5-minute break. We'll reconvene at 10. We'll take a 7-minute break. 10 to have a seat. We're going to call the meeting back to order.
Hey, everybody, you got to sit down.
That was so much more effective than mine. Thank you. For people that are sitting, there was a couple of empty seats over on this side. I'm not sure. I still see one, I think. Oh, there's still 2. If anybody would like to have a seat. We will call the meeting back to order. And I would ask anybody who would like to speak with concerns regarding the resolution to come to the mic. And if you can just state your name.
Good morning. Am I coming through on the mic? Okay. My name is Gary Billings. I'm from Division 6 near Rockyford. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I am strongly against this resolution for many reasons. First, I'm proud to be Canadian, and I know how privileged I am to have been born in Canada. Compared to what people face in much of the world, our squabbles are petty. We should be working together to make this country an even better place rather than tearing it down. Second, I'm one of the stay-in-your-lane people. In my view, the job of County Council is to work cooperatively with other levels of government and stakeholders to further the interests of county residents. Sometimes that will involve advocating on topics outside your direct control, and that's appropriate. But proposing a remedy that involves a referendum on separation from Canada is, in my opinion, definitely not. Thirdly, the whereases of the resolution, which supposedly document how we are getting such a raw deal, are not very solid. The simplest example is the complaint that Alberta's number of Senate seats per capita is less than average. Well, I learned 50 years ago in school that Senate seats were never going to be apportioned by population. They're apportioned by region, supposedly and very imperfectly, to counterbalance the population-based seats in Parliament. So by all means, we seem to be underweight in Parliament seats, so Alberta should probably lobby for more seats there. But the argument about Senate seats just weakens the overall case. Getting into meatier topics, I'll skip over the CPP item because what follows suffers from some of the same symptoms. The second whereas states that the federal government collected about $12 billion more dollars from Alberta taxpayers than it spent in Alberta in 2017. That statistic is correct, according to my own research. But recall the old saying, there are lies, damned lies, and statistics. So, you know what I think about that statistic. It needs more consideration. First off, provinces are of widely different populations, so let's look at things per capita, not per province. When we do so, we see that, yes, indeed, Alberta receives the least amount per capita of federal expenditures. That includes equalization payments, CPP, government salaries, etc. We compare ourselves to Quebec in this resolution, but the 4 Atlantic provinces and Manitoba all receive more per capita than Quebec, and Saskatchewan is essentially equal to Quebec in terms of dollars received from the federal government per capita. So why are we so focused on Quebec? I think the first thing we should do is get over our perception that Quebec is somehow robbing us. The numbers don't say that. And there is not some law that says Alberta gets the least, nor is there some special tax on Alberta. It just works out that way. Somebody has to be least, and Quebec is more like a middle-of-the-pack province on a per capita basis. The amount they receive is very close to the average. The expenditure side is even more interesting. It's quite astonishing how much more Alberta contributes per capita than the people in any other province. But why is that? There is no special tax law. There's no federal tax on people who are just people in Alberta, nor is there such a tax on oil or cows or canola. The bulk of this above average tax that we send to the federal government comes from direct personal income tax. Not from the province, but from individual taxpayers. This accounts for 10 of the $12 billion of excess money we send to Ottawa. So it's not Alberta, it's not even average or below average income Canadians who live in Alberta that are paying this money to the federal government. It's because so darn many rich Canadians who pay way more than the average amount of federal personal income tax happen to be in Alberta. If these individuals lived in Saskatchewan, they would pay that same tax. It's not a tax on Alberta, it's a tax on higher income Canadians that are making this larger contribution to the federal government, and Alberta is blessed by having a lot of people in that group. It just isn't fair being rich, is it? You have to pay more tax. So this line of reasoning boils down to, we're rich, you're poor, so we're going to dump you. Shame on us. I'll touch briefly on the RCMP. I see the province has taken the obvious step regarding lack of policing resources and said we want to pay for 300 more RCMP. That's great. I hope the county is at work ensuring we get our share of the 300 and strives to influence their deployment in a way that will serve us best and investigate the downloading of costs. Regarding internal culture of the RCMP, well, it's not hard to find examples of other cities that have their own police forces that have all kinds of internal problems. Thankfully, I understand Calgary is not one of them, but just because we control it locally doesn't mean it's automatically going to be better. There's competent people everywhere. On immigration, again, let's get over this obsession with Quebec. For all these powers that we're so jealous of, it's not clear that Quebec is handling immigration well. A useful line of discussion might be how to encourage more immigrants to settle in rural Alberta rather than the cities. Grumbling about wanting more control of immigrants and implying there are too many without any concrete policy or economic objectives might be misinterpreted as being motivated by racism. My last point is about the ginormous elephant in the room. One of our biggest issues at the moment, not the only big issue, but one of the biggest, is getting our oil to Tidewater. And for all the problems we've had getting TMX approved and built, how would it be better as a separate landlocked country? I'm not familiar with the UN policies about landlocked countries, But there are many, many ways of blocking things, even when the opposing side has the right to move goods. You can have a free trade agreement with another country and your goods can still be blocked, all entirely compatible with the law. So I would question whether such a law would truly be effective. I suggest that as an independent country, the problems of getting things like a pipeline approved could be and probably would be profoundly worse. And I don't think it's too much of a stretch to worry about transport of grain across an international border to BC. The same people who don't like our oil could easily decide that GMO canola should not cross their country, and so on. Problematic as it is, we probably have a lot more leverage as a Canadian province than as a foreign country. So, to conclude, I don't support this resolution at all. I think much of it is out of scope for municipal government, and I think the arguments presented in support of it are not compelling and could use a lot more work. Thank you.
Others who would like to speak with concerns regarding the resolution?
Your Worship, briefly, Link, and esteemed Wheatland County councillors, thanks so much for allowing me time in this very venerated chamber. It's an honor to be here. My name is Marcus Lehman, and I am a Canadian. I was born in Alberta and raised here in Wheatland County. Now, I have some things to say. They are more subjective than objective. I didn't take the time to go over the whereas. I believe that they have their grounds and their reasonings. It is more the resolution finality that I am opposed towards. So the Canadian Chamber of Rights and Freedoms has granted me the right to enter, to remain in, and to leave Canada. Well, I've taken full advantage of that. I have dual citizenship. I have been registered and worked in over 8 countries, and I've lived the majority of my life overseas. Many, many of them great countries. Yet Canada is still the place I call home. The same charter grants my family and I, as well as every citizen of this great country, the right to move to and take up residence in any province, and the right to pursue the gaining of a livelihood in any province. While we are a diverse nation, and at times I fully understand that it seems that this nation extends favors and advantages in a very unbalanced manner, Confederation over the last 152 years has made this nation and its citizens very strong and very free. There have been times of despair and euphoria for each and every region during the Confederation. As guaranteed by this charter, should anyone infringe or deny my rights or freedoms, I may apply to a court of competent jurisdiction to obtain such remedy as the court considers appropriate and just in such circumstances. So, taking that technicality aside, on a personal note, my parents immigrated to Canada in 1963. My father started working out in Standard, and in one of the first employments that they had as family coming to this new country, they worked as the manager for the turkey farm just west of town. Now, that turkey farm was precarious. One winter storm blew right through the house, freezing everything, and precariously putting the life of my older brother in peril as the house was completely frozen. Did that stop my father from pursuing his dreams, from wanting to be a farmer in this great country, in this wonderful county? No, and by chance, by virtue of his hard work and labor and dedication, we became as a family, as a unit, quite successful in this community. An industry which he started up, farming, which he expanded into the realms of the northern country where we moved and expanded our operations into the Peace River. But then bad times hit. Years of drought, and interest rates in double digits. What happens? The dreams of my father, of my family, evaporated, gone up in smoke, taken away by the financial kingpins of this great nation. So I get the pain. I understand the dire circumstance. This is not a time to rejoice. This is a time to put our nose to the grindstone and work even harder. And that is what my family did. Diversified, changed routes, went into something else, and provided very amply and very wonderfully for their family, but also participating in this great democracy of Canada and participating and volunteering and assisting in the community as they then could. So, he worked hard to carve out a life, and he diversified, and that's basically, I didn't want to bring up this personal aspect, but I thought it very pertinent here in this realm. Just this week, I've returned back to Canada almost 3 years ago. For those of you who know me, I've been living in the basement of my parents for these 3 years. Just this last week, through my toil, I have secured financing of over $600 million coming into this economy, into new energy projects, diversification, dedication, and understanding where the economic paths are leading us. Unfortunately, it's not coming to Wheatland County. We have an energy policy here in county which is derogatory to these aspects. It is coming to our neighboring counties. This money is coming into Alberta. We are not destitute. We have the greatest resources in this country in wind and solar and geothermal and other things beyond our oil and gas. We have the means to get out of this funk, to bring ourselves into a new realm. So, in closing, as individuals, as Wheatland County residents, Albertans and Canadians, we can go into the technical aspects, and I'm not against the whereas. I'm not against them. It's the resolution. And all these constitutional rights and going into the amendments and going into the Clarity Act, these are technicalities which I am way below. I have no idea of how these work. Or we can pull up our bootstraps and get to work. We can diversify our economy. We can create value beyond the status quo. We are not dependent upon oil and gas, or even agriculture for that matter. We have the capacity to expand our visions, to expand our hopes, and create new opportunities, not only for ourselves, but for our children here in this great country. So I don't believe that separation, as its finality mentions, is an action that would remedy our ailment. So therefore, I request humbly that the Council deny the motion to pass the Alberta First Resolution. Thank you very much.
Don Murray, wasn't supposed to speak, but anyway, I live over by Lyell to everybody. Pretty much knows me. And I've got two people that voted Liberal here. Anyway, I think it's a financial thing. You've had 20 years. Would you say 600 billion? That's a lot of money. And finding a job and getting ready, tell that to 18,000 people that just got laid off in the month of November. That's a lot of people. And you think rural crime's going to be bad? We're ahead of it? No. Those people don't have money. And they got families, young families. A lot of them work for me. And they need to feed their kids. So, and to say that the oil business is not there, I just came from Florida, 3 weeks down there. I started counting electric cars. 6 lanes of traffic this way, 6 lanes of traffic that way. 2 electric cars I counted. And that's, so oil's going to be around for a long time, and you need to take heart in it. We got lots of it, and we should be partners. 600 billion, I should say, goes east. So that would buy a lot of cops, a lot of hospitals, a lot of nurses, a lot of everything. So you got to decide, I think, whether you want to be in that, or you want to send it to them, or you don't, because that's what it's costing Albertans to do that, to be in Canada right now. So it's $600 billion, simple as that. So do you want to do that or don't you? That's what you got to decide, I think. I think it's purely financial. And as far as the Constitution, that's the same. That could be the same, and everything can work out. I'm not saying yes or not saying no. I'm just saying that's what the facts are. It's about the money. And we're not getting it, I don't think. So thank you, sir.
Good morning. My name is Debbie Kay. I'm in Division 2. I'd like to address Councillor Link and councillors and everyone here that's all here for the same concern. Realizing and hearing all the comments here this morning concerning this, the situation we're addressing, I do not support this agenda in any way. I thank the comments that were before me and agree very highly. We do have Charter of Rights, freedom of speech. And right now, after listening to all these comments, I'm even of a greater opinion that this is not a jurisdiction. This is politics, and there are many subject matters in politics. And I do not believe that this subject matter is a jurisdiction of this council or any council. If I were to address and put a question, or just put a question out there to each and every council member here, if I was to write in a letter to each and every one of you, asking you to go to, whether it be provincial or federal departments on my behalf on the subject matter of either Canada Pension Plan, or if I asked you to write in on the subject matter of sex education to speak on my behalf, or on the subject matter of abortions in Canada, whether it's minority issues in the political realm, whether it's about pensions, whether it's about medical, health plans, gun control, no matter what the subject is that are really hurting our society right now, I believe we have the right as individuals to speak on our own behalf. And I certainly do not want, even though I respect each and every one of you and everyone's opinions here, I have the right as a Canadian citizen to speak on my own behalf. And once again, I would humbly also ask Council to deny and not follow through with this request today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with concerns?
Morning.
If you can just state your name, sir.
Dennis Begrow. With all due respect to the senior on council, because I'm one as well, it's nice to see the youthful vigor sitting to serve the residents of Wheatland County, as it'll be a requirement for the youth to have, given the challenges ahead that our environment, that we will be seeing. I may hold a little bit more understanding of your position in the requirement for a nonpartisan reasoning decision-making as well as some thick skin, having run for that position myself a while back. Therefore, I can state without a doubt that no one asked me what my political belief was when campaigning or felt I needed to do so. That being said, I'm here to address the concerns about the Fair Deal resolution that I understand all of you voted for in proceeding to this point. So let me get to the point. I've communicated with my councillor Clausen on this position, and I was also directed to communicate with Councillor Wilson, as you know, brought up this resolution we're here talking about. So I asked the question, how many people actually picked up the phone, called you and said, you know what, we need to talk about this and I want you to bring this forward and discuss it? All I wanted was a number. There's about 9,000 people that live in Wheatland County, so what's the number? Or is it a gut feel based on what you believe you should be following? When I voted for my municipal councillor, I knew without concern that I was not voting for a political party or view by that, but the person that I would hope best represent local issues within the boundaries of Wheatland County. Mr. Clausen, did I ever ask you for your political view? No. So I'm not here to rehash what's said. This is pretty clear on what's being supported by what political party. This is about council using their nonpartisan platform to promote a political idea. What you choose to think and believe in personally, certainly you're right. As it is the right for those that you serve to understand that you're not going to use this privileged position to promote those personal views. Why? Because it's not part of your mandate to do. Otherwise, if that is felt that it is not the case, then all counties should make it perfectly clear before the next election that when you vote for a councillor position, know that you're also voting for a political party. I hope that it wouldn't even be considered, given the fact that we have highly paid MLAs and MPs that clearly run under a political banner during an election, who are to represent the same people in our area with specific political views, even to those that didn't vote for them, or that they had not had a chance to talk with. So test it. I would challenge anybody. Walk to somebody without any priming in this county and ask them, do you think you're voting for a political party when you voted for a councillor? Ask them. See what they say. My last concern with this effort is given the budget cutbacks and that the province is spending $650,000 on a panel to get Albertans' views on a fair deal. That's your money, by the way. If council continues to go down this path and spending limited resources on this, which you know is all coming, the question is, what more do you expect to get that would be different than that Conservative Fair Deal panel effort is to provide? What is it? We're already paying for it. That's a question, and that's a question I'd like clearly answered. Thanks.
Thank you. Are you speaking with concerns to the resolution?
Yes.
Okay. We're hearing from people with concerns currently.
Alan McLennan, Division 1. Yes, the concerns I have are the concerns that the people have here, and I think they're misconstrued because I don't think they've read this resolution, and I think they're using induction to make certain arguments and subjective analysis. And I truly think that there hasn't been one person here that's made any negative statements about this resolution that had any validity in their argument. So I think that I would urge the council to realize that when you make subjective statements about the jurisdiction of the council, if this resolution came from the provincial government to the municipal councils, would that be any different than going back the other direction? Also, saying that we don't deserve what Quebec has already, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. All we're doing is getting back to what the Constitution prescribed when this nation was founded back in 1867, and doesn't really go beyond that. So I think that so all we're doing is really getting back to the way things should be, and I think the big mistake that a lot of these people are making is that they're thinking that the jurisdiction of the municipality is improper. I've made resolutions before to the provincial government, and they've been accepted in the oil industry, and they've gone through private organizations or public surface rights groups to the ministries and have been validated. So I don't see any reason why the Rural Municipalities Association, for example, shouldn't, be a legitimate lobbying group for this perfect resolution. I can't see anything wrong with it. Thank you.
Other speakers with concerns regarding the resolution?
My name's Ken Sove. I live in Division 2, just north of Gleason. Been there for 3 generations on the farm now. Also had the pleasure and the opportunity to be a councillor here at Wheatland County for 3 terms, 9 years, back half a dozen years ago. I'm not here to speak on for or against this. I believe there is merits in it, but I do not believe that the Wheatland County Council is the place for this to be taken forward. I think we have our provincial and federal governments that you should address these issues to, and if that does not get you satisfaction on your requests or letters or phone calls to them, you always have the option of throwing your hat in the ring at the next election and taking your concerns forward in that direction. Individuals that I've talked to through this process have almost all thought that this is not a jurisdiction of Wheatland County, that it belongs in federal or provincial levels, especially the other way around, I should say, in provincial and federal jurisdictions. And one of our county taxpayers that I spoke to, I'd asked him if he'd followed this, if he knew about this issue, and he said yes, he did. I asked him if he'd been following it, and he said no, because when I read it the first time and looked into it, I thought that this would not be a jurisdiction or within the jurisdiction of the Wheatland County, and that it would just fall by the wayside of its own merit. And another issue is being a farmer all my life, I've thought the two most important things never to waste is money and time. And that has been done, being done here on this issue. This issue is already before the federal government or the provincial government. You can read about it in the paper or on the news media. And in regards to cost, Councillor Eichert on the last meeting said there was no cost to the county on this, that it was neutral and there was no cost. This is the third issue or third time it's been brought up at a council meeting, and the staff here are in attendance at these. 5 or 6 staff members have been in their chairs at these meetings. All the councillors have been here, and every one of them, from my knowledge, is being paid with taxpayers' dollars. I'm concerned with that, the duplication of this issue and wasting time and money here at the county level, just doubling up on what is already being done by the provincial government. And there's one question I'd like to ask the entire council, all 7 of the members. When they campaigned at the last election a couple of years ago, or a little more than 2 years ago, I'm wondering if any of them told any of the voters that they would sponsor or support a resolution to pressure the Alberta government to hold a referendum to change from RCMP to provincial police, to develop our own pension plan, and most important, withdraw Alberta from Confederation. I'm curious as if they brought that topic to any of their potential voters. And I'd also like to acknowledge that this vote on this issue, on this resolution, is been asked to have a recorded vote, and I'm very pleased with that. And the other thing I would like to ask is, at the start of this, there was a comment made about, I believe by the Reeve, that the number of emails, letters, and phone calls are received. Is there an updated one on that? Because I gather that was prior to recently. Do we have those numbers?
Yes, council was presented with a report regarding the outcome of the official public engagement that we conducted on the website through the surveying. I can share some of the information regarding that. I was planning to share that following kind of the public engagement, the people sharing their perspectives.
Okay.
Would that be okay if we share that?
Yes, just as long as it's we know those numbers.
Yeah, I did plan to review it now.
The conclusion of this session.
Yeah, I will share that for sure.
Okay. Okay, well then I would like to thank the Wheatland Council for giving us the opportunity to speak on this issue. Very much a pleasure. Thank you.
Anybody else who would like to speak with concerns regarding the resolution?
Madam Reeve, honored councillors, you may not think so based on some of my statements of late, but there's a lot of respect for what goes on in council meetings, and honorable guests. My name is Marcy Field. I'm a member of District 3, and I am here to say that I am opposed to this based on what I understand from reading the Municipal Government Act and what has been legislated to councillors as their responsibility. On Tuesday, November 5th, 2019, Wheatland County councillors voted unanimously in favor of an Alberta First resolution. Consequently, if they receive sufficient support within the province, should the federal government refuse to act on its recommendations, the resolution calls for an independence referendum in October 2021. Clearly, they believe such action falls within the parameters of their responsibilities as elected representatives of the municipality. Obviously, they understand this in a manner different than I do, that your authority is delegated from provincial and federal governments. Yes, as citizens, you have rights to state things, but as an elected municipal official, you're here to serve and represent the interests of your constituents. To clarify, Section 153 of the Municipal Government Act prescribes the duties for all locally elected councillors. As I read it, it should be noted that nowhere within it is anything laid out about demanding changes to Confederation. Challenging times lie ahead. Specifically, cuts in the recently released UCP budget provide less funding to municipalities to cover basics like policing. Are councillors aware that municipalities experience the same fallout under the Klein regime? I had the privilege, as part of my professional experience in doing public consultation across the province, and during that time I met with municipalities as far north as High Level and Lloydminster, and then in the southern regions down to Pincher Creek. And repeatedly, I had feedback from municipal councillors serving under that Conservative government of the hardships that they faced when the cutbacks were done. Because the cutbacks may make the province look like it's financially fiscal, but the responsibilities for maintaining the framework that we need then fall to the municipalities. This is where your role is making up that deficit that we are now facing. It's not finding blame and legislating and decreeing that be done with someone else. Your responsibility, as I understand it, that you were elected to, was to find a way that I, as a citizen living within this municipality, can enjoy and move forward peacefully in what I'm doing. The nonpartisan nature of municipal politics across the majority of Canada provides a great appeal for me. It's one of the reasons that I really like it. If I look back to when Canada was first formed as a country, it was done with independent people voting and coming together that had a great vision for our country. Soon after Sir John A. Macdonald went over, had everything decreed, he came back to wanting to form a government, based on what I've read, that would be independent people coming together to be able to resolve. It was not based on party politics. However, partisan viewpoints have come back. One of the things I've noticed in the arguments that have been brought forward here today and presented is very partisan standpoint in what is taking place. This is not independent councillors coming together and deliberating, but someone's very much, as people prior to me have indicated, based on a partisan point of view. Were you, again, I asked the same question, were you as councillors asked what your partisan politics were when you were elected 2 years ago? Okay, so the nonpartisan nature. As a result, councillors are free to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole. So you don't come to us based on us being either right or left. I feel the majority of us are somewhere in the middle. The majority of us, when we have the conversations, we're having that conversation about things in the middle we agree upon. Again, I believe this is your role, to represent the majority of people that are there, rather than people at one extreme or the other. And it becomes very obvious then where you stand. Then, when you have that ability to come together, the council focuses on anything that promotes the welfare or interests of the municipality. Does it lie within the purview of Wheatland Municipal Council to assume the citizens' political position? Up to a point, we are entitled to our individual political beliefs, if it doesn't infringe on someone else's health, wealth, welfare, joy, of freedom of living. Going on. Okay. As it is my belief and position that Alberta is much better served within Canada than separated from it, this council previous decision only raises a lot of questions for me. Got another thing here. Okay, if I looked at the Municipal Government Act under Part 2 bylaws, general jurisdiction, it states, a council may pass bylaws for municipal purposes respecting the following matters: the safety, health, and welfare of people and the protection of people and property within their municipality. People, activities, and things in, on, or near a public place or places that is open to the public within your municipality. Nuisances, including unsightly property within our municipality. Transport and transport systems within our municipality. Services provided by or on behalf of the municipality. Public utilities within the municipality. Wild and domestic animals and activities in relationship to them. And then it goes on. There's a lot outlined in this. As previously stated by someone that came before me, a lot of time and money is being paid by ratepayers' dollars in taking up this issue, which, by what I read within the MGA, falls outside of your mandate. In having talked with both my councillor, Donna Bigger, and with Reeve Link, I understand one of the primary concerns is the lack of funding that's going to come for policing now, because the amount of money coming from the provincial government in the lack of payments going over, that we don't have as much. How then does a resolution that would call on us to vote on separating from Canada deal with the deficit that you are facing? It is great to assign blame to someone, but your job is to find solutions for us. That's what you were elected for, facing these current changes. There's a lot of emotion involved around this, but primarily around partisan politics and people's desire, perhaps, to advance in those partisan ways. As previously stated, I fully agree. If you don't feel that it comes here, resign and take a run at another position, at a different level of government, if that's what you want. However, as municipal councillors elected to represent us at this level, I ask you to put this resolution aside and get to the business of dealing with what are you going to do to address the deficits that you are now facing, because we are no longer getting the funding from the current provincial government. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to speak with concerns regarding the resolution? No, the final opportunity to speak regarding the resolution. I will open the floor for council discussion.
It was stated on November the 5th council meeting It was voted unanimously in support of this resolution. It was voted unanimously in favor of the resolution, but the resolution was in principle. It wasn't the resolution. It was in principle to allow this to happen, what is happening here today, to allow the ratepayers to come in, voice their concern, and be heard. Council opened up the chambers here. Nobody's been cut off. That was what we voted for unanimously. I want to make that clear. And also, while I'm talking, I'd like to thank everyone for speaking their beliefs. I think it is very important in our society, and especially in Wheatland County, that you're free to state your opinion without recourse. You should be able to say what you want to say and be heard, and you shouldn't have to defend it. It is your opinion, and there's nothing more sacred to anybody than, well, there's other things, but your opinion is very, very important to yourself, and it's important to me. So I just wanted to say that you shouldn't feel in any way you have to defend your opinions. That is the nature of partisan politics, and that's why I'm here. I'm not joined to some party. I like to vote the way I feel in my heart. And before everyone leaves, I'm going to ask, I don't know if it'll be allowed, but if I could just have a show of hands who's in favor of the resolution and who's against, because not everyone here spoke to it. We have the Reeve will speak on the emails and stuff, but I would like to see a vote before everyone leaves, if it's possible. Thank you.
If the public would just like to just show that now so that we can note that and council can have an idea of the level of support in the ratepayers who have come. I'm going to ask that just ratepayers of Wheatland County do a show of hands so that we can best gauge the perspectives from our ratepayers. So if I could just see a show of hands of people that are in support of the resolution that are ratepayers of Wheatland County. And then if I can see a show of hands of people that have concerns regarding the resolution that are ratepayers of Wheatland County. Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, through the chair. And thank you for everybody for coming in. I appreciate the comments. I appreciate I learned a few things here today, and some of it's a long history. I've been, just a bit of background, I've been sitting here for 27 years, going on 28, and after the next election, I will not be sitting here. But some of the comments that came about today, you're right. In those 27 years, I have never had one ratepayer ask me what political party I was when they were voting for me. That's not what happens at this table. The other comment is that it is my concern is exactly what you spoke of at the last. This is not part of our mandate. Points that people made for and against the resolution, I agree with most of them. We have a provincial party that was voted in on a mandate with a majority to deal with the issues that are spelled out in this resolution, and I think they're doing it in a positive way. And I think the committee that they've set up and are going out throughout the province talking to the public. And I might mention they are not talking to councils; they are talking to the public. They have not asked for an audience of councils. This is a public deal that they're talking about, and they're talking about whether they develop their own pension plan, revenue agency, Alberta Constitution, police force. Those changes may or not be in a financial benefit for Alberta, but that's to be found out. The real objective of that operation was to make us equal partners in Confederation. And I will say that I am a Canadian first, an Albertan second, and I'm a municipal councillor third. And my duty as a municipal councillor, which in the Act, under the Municipal Government Board, states that we are not a political party. We are a corporation of the province. Our duty was spelled out pretty well before. Our duty is looking after the welfare of this municipality, and I will not be party to voting on behalf of my residents, 1,300 residents in Division 7, or the 8,800 residents in the County of Wheatland, on a resolution like this that speaks of a final move towards separation. I will not speak to that, and I will not vote for that, and that's why I've asked for a recorded vote. Our mandate here is not to deal with federal and provincial politics, and I am involved in federal and provincial politics. I sit as a board member of the Bow Valley with Martin, as one of Martin Shield's board members, and I was on the Strathmore Brooks constituency with the MLA, and I am in contact with Nathan Cooper. So I do contact those people, and I do talk about these issues outside of these chambers, but they do not get discussed within these chambers. And that's why I'm voting against this resolution.
Hi, I'm probably the least political person here. I'm sit here for the last 2 years, and I just want to reiterate what Glenn said, that when this was brought here, it was brought here in principle. It was something that would allow everybody to go forward and discuss. And after that, then the province came out with the fair deal, and they have a plan going forward with a lot of the issues that were in this resolution. Somewhere, and with the last let it be resolved, it has become a sign of a separatist act. And I don't think that was ever intended. I think they wanted, when it was written, the person probably wanted to have some kind of deadline where something could be done to make it better. And with that, it looked like that we were being separatists. And I don't believe that is anything that this group of people wanted to portray. But in doing that, I never did agree with a little bit of the threat that was said at the bottom of it. But also sitting here, you do have to understand that I know that it's not maybe our mandate, but it does come down to the issues do eventually come back to this chair. And that's where the frustration comes. And that's a little bit why it was sent out to be in principle and to have feedback. Because sometimes it is frustrating sitting here. Just some comments. Thank you.
Amber, can you just touch on the process of resolution and how advocacy is part of the municipal jurisdiction? Thank you.
Sure. So one thing, well, first I'd like to clarify that it was stated in some local media that I spoke for the resolution. As Reeve, I have tried to maintain a position of neutrality regarding this resolution. What I have spoken to is just trying to clarify some things around the scope of our municipality and our power, as well as the process of what this resolution could potentially take if council were to support it. I do, and I also want to emphasize that I take a nonpartisan role as a Wheatland County councillor. We have read accusations that we're trying to further our own interests. I can assure you that nothing is further from the truth. To Mr. Sauvé's question on what we campaigned on, I campaigned on the basis of listening to the ratepayers of Wheatland County. And as part of that, we have a responsibility as we listen to our ratepayers to gauge whether the people that we're hearing from are representative of the majority of Wheatland County or whether we're hearing from a small minority population that sometimes can be more vocal. And that's our responsibility. And I'll reiterate what Councillor Kester said, in that I did support this resolution in principle because I wanted this process to take place. It was prior to the inception of the Fair Deal panel. And so this was something that ratepayers had brought to my attention as a concern, and I was listening to that, and I wanted to create this opportunity to have this type of engagement with ratepayers. The MGA has been referenced. That is our main legislation that council acts under. Under general duties of councillors under section 153, it does say that councillors have the following duties. And the very first duty that we have is a responsibility to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole and to bring to council's attention anything that would promote the welfare or interests of the municipality. So I'm very cognizant of our jurisdiction and that some of the elements that are included in the resolution are outside of the scope of Wheatland County and what we typically consider as a municipality. However, as part of our resolution process that this council has been participating in, I went through copies of resolutions that council has participated in. The furthest back one that I could find online went back to fall of 2008. This council has brought forward several resolutions to RMA, and other municipalities throughout Alberta do bring resolutions to our first to a district level often, and then to our provincial association that represents municipally elected officials in the province. And several of those resolutions, many are online, you can look through the database yourself. Many of them are outside the scope of what municipal councils are responsible for. Some of them address issues like healthcare. They have gone so far as to have realtor certification issues or new home warranties, issues like that. Some of those don't pass at the provincial level if the collective group of elected officials are not supportive of them. So I did want to clarify that this is somewhat outside the scope of what we typically consider here. However, often resolutions are outside that scope. I also just wanted to touch on, and I did say this in our last council meeting, but I want to differentiate between a resolution and passing bylaw. So this resolution is not a legislative piece that we are considering. That would be outside our scope clearly. This is a resolution that would form a basis for RMA's advocacy efforts, and it allows members to have a direct role in the advocacy process, and this is key, and this is identified by our provincial body, by identifying priority issues that require action by other levels of government. And that's where I deemed it pertinent as a councillor of Wheatland County to be considering this, because I had ratepayers bring it to my attention, as did Councillor Wilson when he brought it to our attention as a council. So I just wanted to clarify some of those things. And the other issue that I do want to clarify is if this council were to support a resolution of this nature, it would then go to our district. It's the central district of RMA for consideration. At that point, if it were supported, it would go on to the province. There is also a mechanism for independent resolutions to be brought forward to the province if you don't get that kind of district support. What I'd like to clarify further to that is if it were supportive, as many resolutions are at the provincial level, that still does not trigger a referendum. It does not force any of the elements in the resolution. What it does is it allows our provincial representatives on our RMA board to use the basis of that resolution to lobby the provincial government. And I'm still not speaking in favor or opposed to this resolution. I'm just trying to clarify some of the process around how resolutions work. So there was a question. Council has received many forms of communication regarding this resolution, some of them informal through contact through our website. Those have been documented by our administration as well. We did at our last council meeting ask our administration, so there has been a small amount of administrative time invested in the public engagement piece of this. Up until that time, we are all paid to sit here, but we're paid to sit here all day, no more or no less, regardless of how many hours we sit here. And our staff are, for the most part, on salary. So while there has been a small amount of time invested in this resolution, at this point there have been no concrete costs outside of that to our ratepayers. And this council has been committed to finding solutions in these challenging fiscal times. That is our top priority, and we've by far spent significantly more time focused on those solutions and the fiscal and managing this municipality in a fiscally responsible way. So I just wanted to make that note as well. In terms of the feedback that we received from our online survey, I will share that we had 144 submissions through the official survey that was done online through our website. 140 of those responses were from Wheatland County ratepayers that identified themselves through their postal code. We had a fairly balanced representation throughout the divisions. Division 1 had 29 responses, Division 2 had 12, Division 3 had 22, Division 4 had 23, Division 5 had 23, Division 6 had 24, Division 7 had 11. All respondents were asked whether or not they had read the resolution, and 141 people identified that they had read the resolution. Out of the 144 responses, we had 45 responses that indicated they supported the Alberta First Resolution as it was currently written, which is a 31% ratio of those responses. We also had 99 respondents that indicated they did not, they did not support the Alberta First Resolution, which was a 68.75% response rate. So that's what we received in terms of the official online survey. Council collectively has also been receiving a significant amount of emails through our online contact form. I know I've received several phone calls from ratepayers, both supportive and with concerns regarding the resolution. So does anybody have any questions regarding the data that we've collected so far? If you want to just come to the microphone, it just makes it easier for people if they're watching the video after or that type of thing.
If you live in Strathmore and are not a county ratepayer, but you know the postal code, can you vote that way?
There's always a chance that people will be dishonest in their information that's being presented, so council needs to take that into consideration. I think it was just done off of postal code.
No, there was a question asked if you're a resident or not.
Yeah, it did also ask if you're a ratepayer. Yes. But it would still, like, that element of it would still come down to people being honest about who they're representing. Any other questions regarding the data or the results?
We have the answer according to the survey.
We do have that as a mechanism of engagement that I've been analyzing all of the input that I've been receiving. So that's included phone calls, emails, and the survey, for sure. Any other council discussion? I'm just going to get you to use the microphone. And sorry, sir, I should have had you as well, but it just makes it so much easier if people are trying to follow our discussion.
Couple of questions here. Not sure of all the numbers. How many residents in the county of Wheatland?
So we're just under 9,000.
Ratepayers, I should say. Only 88 ratepayers?
Residents were just under 9,000. Ratepayers, that would be more difficult to.
Okay, well, what I'm wondering is the 141 that responded, is that including all the ratepayers? Like maybe some did not even realize there was a survey out there?
Of course, and that's one of the challenges with public engagement.
So that's my question is, do you think 100% of the people actually responded?
No, of course not. It's a small, the statistical significance is always challenging as you're analyzing that, right?
I'm sure. Anyway, just wanted to question them.
Yep, thank you. Yep.
Hi. I was just wondering, when did the online survey first become available? Because I only became aware of it last Thursday.
So the public engagement process, which included the survey, came out of our council meeting on December 3rd. And I believe I'm just pulling it up. I believe it was December 5th it was put online, and it went until December 15th. So there was a 10-day period where we were collecting information.
Okay, and the article in the paper only came out last Thursday. So awareness of this issue with regards to your statement, Diane, awareness that the survey was out there was very little. I created a post sharing my perspective and asking people to participate in it. I have had 8,600 people engage that have been aware of that, and over 871 people had engaged with my post. So a different reflection that this is a very important matter. It isn't that people aren't unaware. I believe that there are a lot of people, and I was very surprised. It was, for me, the most viral post I've ever had in creating engagement. But I think that it's important that we see that. I had that post was shared over 25 times. So, and of course it had my perspective influenced my writing of the post. So I'm not saying that I did it without perspective. So there are a lot of people, I believe, really interested and watching what this council is doing. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
A lot of the concerns I've heard are, why did you run on this? Did you, when you were knocking on all the doors in your riding, did you talk about this? And the answer to that is, for me personally, was no. It never even occurred to me. When Councillor Wilson first brought this to my attention, the first question I had was this outside of our lane? And what's council doing? Like, are we even allowed to do this? And having read the MGA, having talked to guys that have read the MGA, having communicated with the president of the RMA, nothing we were doing here, nothing that we were proposing is offside. It's never been done before, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing. I always remember a story, an autobiography I read when I was probably Jason's age, of Bill Lear, who Learjet Corporation, 8-track cassette tapes, which may not have been his greatest day, but he made his fortune on the car radio. He was an engineer, but he didn't go to the right schools. He went to sort of the schools of hard knocks and schools that he could go to. And back in the day, back in the 20s, I believe it was, all the brains, all the smart people out there said, you can only make a radio that will fit on top of, that's as small as a radio can ever be. And because he didn't listen to these guys, didn't know these guys, hadn't had a chance to listen to their opinion and been swayed by this, he went ahead and he built a car radio that fit into a dash. So there's a lot of things that we automatically say it can't be done because it's never been done. And I don't think, and this is one of those things, this is a tool that is at our disposal, which is that's available to us. There's no one in here, like, at least not me, I'm not looking at this separation thing, there has to be consequences. I would hope and pray that nothing ever comes of this, the separation part. But I have, on my desk, I have a picture of a cartoon from the 1913 grain growers, and it's called The Milch Cow. And in 1913, they were whining about the fact that the cow eats in Alberta and is milked in Ontario. So we have to do something different. And this, in my opinion, is doing something different. And if it is so offside and it is so offensive to the people in my riding, they are going to vote me out. I am putting my political career on the line because, unlike Ben, I want to do another term. I don't want to do 28 years of this stuff, but I want to do another term. But I'm willing to say that this is within our purview as council. Maybe different, but it's within our purview. And I'm glad there's going to be a recorded vote here, because I want people to understand that we are using, as a municipality, our tax revenues are being just absolutely hammered because we are so dependent on oil revenues, and it is, and I want all levels of government to understand that this is important to the grassroots. This is the most, I mean, look at you. everybody in here, you've got a chance to sit down and tell us or tell somebody else how this is going to go forward. Like, you can't do this federally. You can't get to the federal minister. You can't do this provincially. This is the most organic way. This is the most grassroots thing you're ever going to do. And this is just a resolution. This is not a bylaw. This is nothing else. This is just a resolution that this is going to go one step further, and it may die one step further. We might be the only guy, we might be the only people out there that thinks this is worth anything. But it is just one step. And if this resolution dies, it dies. But I think it's a tool we have. It's a tool that I don't think anybody's ever looked at before. And I think it's a tool worth exploring. Thank you.
Welcome to speak.
My question to you, Tom, is are you voting based on your beliefs, or are you representing the people of your district and what they are asking you to do?
I believe I was elected to ascertain the best things for my county. And I do not want to raise taxes. I do not want to diminish services. So in order for that to happen, I need more revenues coming from either inside the county, so we have to grow the county somehow, and I can't grow the county with this kind of business atmosphere, or I have to have more revenues coming in from oil and gas from the provincial government. And neither one of those things are happening in this. So it's just something else. It's just something else to allow people to understand that, hey, a lot of people are concerned about this.
Okay, based on that, Marcus shared with us the opportunity that he's got that is bringing money into the province for business. There are a lot of options outside of oil and gas that are bringing in money. If we look at the amount of money that is brought in through renewable resources and people employed in those areas, we'll see that it is greater than the number of people employed in oil and gas. So to focus on one industry at the detriment of the others, which is happening, and this is the reason I don't want to, I believe municipal council shouldn't be, this is a partisan issue at a provincial level. Money has been cut off going to those innovations at a provincial level. You've indicated to us that we're not getting money from our provincial government. The taxes, you don't want to raise taxes, but when things are being cut out at a provincial level, and there whatever factors are involved in that, and that's a partisan issue that they're discussing, but where it's occurring is at a provincial level, we don't have those monies. They need to come in from some other place. That's your responsibility to find them instead of coming back to the other and saying that. Mr. Wilson, you said very early on in your opening statements that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. My perspective on that is I kind of look at Alberta in that lens. We keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. It's time that we did something different. Thank you.
Thank you for your guys' concerns. I do agree we have to do something different, hence why I put this resolution on the floor. However, I just want to address partisan issues within council and whether you're voting for what you believe or what your residents believe. I ran for my council seat in 2017, like the rest of everyone, on certain values, conservative values. I was raised as a conservative, not under a party, but I have conservative values. I believe in limited government. I believe in fiscal accountability. That's not a party. Those are values. Those are values that built the foundation of Alberta. We've got farms, we've got oil, we've got renewables, we've got tourism built on those values of look after your neighbor. Don't let the government do it. Look after them yourself. We don't need the government in our lives to tell us these things. Those are the values that I was raised on and that I will continue to advocate for. And when I was running, when I went door to door, I said, I am a small c conservative. If you don't agree with those values, I'm not your guy. 100%. I won't do the best at pushing issues like that because I don't think they're the best for the county. So yes, I did tell people what I voted for and how I was going to vote. I said I was a conservative and I will stand up for the values that built my family, which is 6 generations in this county. So damn rights, I will stand up for conservative values. And I will vote based on those values. Sure, they're shared in multiple parties throughout the CPC, the UCP, the FCP, and numerous other conservative parties, the Heritage Christian Party. I mean, there's no amount of parties that doesn't share my values. But do I vote on those party values or am I voting on personal values? Would it be the opposite if I was sitting here and I was saying, look, we need to raise taxes, we need to subsidize users? Are you going to accuse me of voting under a political party then, just because I'm voting under a liberal banner? No, you're not going to do that because you agree with it. Just because you disagree with somebody's values, you're going to accuse them of voting under a political banner, which is absurd. Every one of these people were elected on the values that they share. And their residents chose to share those values with their elected officials. So, yeah, you know what? I'm a card-carrying UCP, and I went to the AGM. Sue me. Like, just drives me nuts. I'm not going to apologize for being a conservative or voting conservative on a board.
Jason, we're only asking you.
If I can just get you to take them.
Mike, sorry, Marcy.
Councillor Custer.
Go ahead.
I'm conservative, been conservative my whole life, I think. Probably when I went to schools, probably NDP, that's growing phase, whatever. But that's me personally. I don't come into this room and vote because I'm conservative. I don't make decisions for county because it's a conservative thing to do to cut taxes or whatever. I come in here and I listen to my ratepayers, and my ratepayer says they want the road graded, they want better gravel roads, they're deteriorating. We work very hard. We've, together with working with staff, we reclaimed 80 miles of road. We've added 2 grader divisions, and the complaint level's gone down. We've done paving. I've not done it because I'm conservative, my personal values, because I want a paved road by my house. No. I listen to my ratepayers, and that's how I vote. It's been overwhelming, clear to me when I look at the emails that come, pretty close to 50-50, pretty close 50-50 today. The survey, 70% against. People I've talked to in my division have all been negative about this motion. I have no choice but to vote against it. That's my job here, is to represent the ratepayers, not because I'm a conservative, not because I have to cut taxes. If the county ratepayers want a certain, that's what I try and get. And as far as development, I'll keep going. I don't know if you want to listen to me. It's hard. We're trying to get more development in. So we have an economic council and we have ratepayers part of it. But it is the duty of this council also to be, you can't force people to come in here and develop. It's about location, and the location, and the attitude of a county council in allowing development in and the processes is more important than saying, hey, come over here. We have to walk the talk. Thank you.
I'd like to make one last comment. You all heard my speech prior. First, I'm going to thank Amber for your presentation. Very well put, the way you relayed yourself. Thank you, Ben. Everybody has their opinion. Tom, Jason, you speak of values. Glenn, you just finished closing with values. I don't believe there's anybody in this room that doesn't appreciate how we were all born and raised. whether it's in the farm life or whatever, and we hang on to those values. The fact of the matter is, the proof is in the pudding. Look out the window, everybody knows where we're at today. I like the little bit of research that Amber had done. She's not saying, and she explained it, that we're becoming a political party within this room. Can't remember who said it. There's one way that maybe we can reach our provincial government to encourage them to do us good in this province. And I'm going to give you an example, what happened to me personally. Somebody else spoke of a personal issue and whatever, so I can take the time to do this. Because of the involvements I've in, I bought my farm and ranch from the Alberta Farm Purchase Board. I was only 18 years old. To stick my neck out, farmed and ranch for 35 years. My sons both left home to play high-level hockeys, did very well. They're both very smart young businessmen, successfully married. Now, I've reached out, and besides the values, I've reached out, and I've voted, I'll say I voted Conservative, but let's keep that separate from the values. Everybody has a right to vote for who they want. Here's my big concern. All the farms, especially Wheatland County, Hannah Country, all these great big ranches, everything's getting larger and larger. Corporations, companies, no way to survive. So a concern to me is, so my sons, Kelly and Kyle, and their wives and my grandchildren can carry on with what we've worked for. So I reached out to a lady by the name of Vicki Welsh, our local, I believe she does all of Leela Adhere's business. I started in May, very nicely, putting something together. Please tell us detail what you want. I'm not a very smart man, but I've learned to use this MacBook Pro encouraged by my boys. I've set out emails. What do we do with our family farm, with our corporations, the companies that I've worked for? How do we get them to our children? I need help. We're getting the children to inherit, my children, my grandchildren to inherit. We get hit a second time very bad on the transition of these things. So I've been asking Vicki to have Leela call me. That started in May. The reason I'm telling you this is trying to get to our federal people. 2 weeks go by, nothing. Phone her back again. I'm sorry, could you resend this? We lost your emails. Send them again. Waited till June, July. Still nothing. Finally, in August, I phoned Vicki. I said, Vicki, that's it. I voted for Leela. I put an X beside her name. I want her to talk or address the transition of corporations, companies, family farms. To this day, I've never heard from her. And I know within our county here, we've had a lot of issues, especially where division I'm in. I've never seen her once come to our aid or try to help, and Scott Clausen is our division councillor. Where are they? We can't get to them. I phoned Vicki yesterday while I was preparing my speech. I said, Vicki, you tell Mrs. Ahere she needs no longer to contact me. I'm communicating with Martin Shields in Brooks. I have land. I still have part of a dealership in Hannah. I'll deal with Nate Horner. That's the attention we get when we try to get to the federal level when we need help. I'm not sure who mentioned that. Maybe it's Tom or whoever, or somebody else. That's why we're here in this county chambers looking for help, because we're in this together. Forget about Liberal, NDP, Conservative. All we're asking for is band together and look out the window, and the proof is in the pudding where we are today. End of story. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Well, thanks again for your indulgence. Sorry for taking a little bit of extra time here, but I really would encourage the councillors who want to vote against this resolution to reconsider, because from what I've heard, the only motive they have is what they call an ad hominem argument. It's got nothing to do with the quality of the resolution, but it has to do with something as to whether they have jurisdiction or whether they have the maybe the authority from their constituents, which I don't believe you have ever done a proper survey. So you do not know what the authority of your constituents is. But to make it simple, I would say that we had such an overwhelming vote for the United Conservative Party that just might tell you. So when you get echoes from Edmonton regarding the RCMP, CPP, pension changes, collecting our own income tax, advocating our own immigration standards, then it's not completely untoward that this council should be considering these things, especially if you have an economic disparity. So I would once again beg the councillors to reconsider their positions, because the prime thing you're dealing with here is money. Why can't we collect our own money? We can be charitable to other provinces if they need it. We have been in the past. So many provinces, when they've got economic problems, come to Alberta, then they go back home when things improve. And then the other thing is, the Constitution doesn't know any party politics. The Constitution is the Constitution. It's got nothing to do. If you are saying, oh, I want to go back to the Constitution, oh, that means I'm partisan politics? There's not been one mention of any party politics in this, except for when I just mentioned the UCP mandate that all these councillors have indirectly. So I would certainly urge these councillors to reconsider the actual the resolution and not the outside ad hominem arguments that have been completely overridden by the Reeve Amber Link. Thank you very much.
Since councillors are speaking to these questions, I still have my question. What do you expect to get out of this resolution that's different than what's already happening and we're paying for it? I mean, I'm all ears. Just tell me what it is that's different, because I don't understand what it is. A couple words on just the idea of who we are and what we do in Alberta. You don't know me. I came to Alberta 40 years ago, and I got into oil and gas. I got into R&D, and what I saw over the 40 years is a repeated cycle. What I've heard for 40 years is that we need to diversify. I can speak to that because I've been in R&D for 40 years. I've worked on the first cell phones, I've worked on the space station, and I've worked on military equipment. And I still don't see the diversification in this province. We have an opportunity to realize what the world is starting to say. The people that will be voting that are 14, 15 now, they'll be voting in the next cycle. And they're going to be voting about their future. If you're over 65, consider yourself lucky. You won't have to concern yourself about what's going to come our way. But if you're under 65, you can either say to yourself that what you're seeing on the news is not reality, or you can say to yourself, it is reality. It's your choice. But just know where you stand in your lifetime, your lifespan, in thinking about that. So I think it's important for us to understand and represent people of this county in a fair way. And it may, as Wilson says here, it is time for change. And that's what this province needs to pay attention to. Thanks.
If I may. Go ahead.
We're giving a lot of consideration to jurisdiction here. I would like to return to the comments I made earlier and point out that the bulk of what I said was actually technical arguments against the whereases of the resolution, which Frankly, they're daunting to people, for people to read. I talked to somebody close to me who also was very strongly against this resolution, but she looked at those whereases and said, I can't deal with this. But when I look through them and do some Googling, dig out federal government reports and so on, and look at sources of revenue and so on, those whereases are weak. They actually don't make sense. Things like we're saying that more CPP money is going out than is coming into Alberta. Simple explanation. We have a young population. I already talked about the budget and how most of the money going out is in the form of higher federal personal income taxes. It's not money being stolen by from Alberta. It's just the same tax system that everybody else in the country pays. We happen to be rich. I mean, and if you don't think you are, then that's great, because this issue is not affecting you. You're not contributing to that extra money that's going out of the province. Seriously, you can leave the room. It's not affecting you. One final point, because we're all just repeating ourselves here, really. There's comment about the Alberta government not having money to fund things within the county and other municipalities in the provinces. Well, Alberta has the lowest rate of income taxes in the country, so it's self-inflicted. We also don't have a sales tax. We are choosing to constrain our revenue, and hence we have to have lower expenditures. Blaming that on the federal government is disingenuous. Thank you.
I'm just going to give one last opportunity if any member of the public has something new to add to the discussion or the engagement. As long as it's new.
I just think it's time for you guys.
Oh, you got to come to the microphone. Okay. Duly noted. I do have a comment that somebody would like to make.
I appreciate this forum, this ability to discuss. I have a question, and while it is political in essence, it's really more about our essence in how we deal with things. It's more ideological than political. Hypothetically, let us imagine that this federal election turned a positive outcome for the Conservative government. Hypothetically, the TMX was not able to pass through the barriers of whatever protests from Indigenous communities or environmentalists. Would this resolution be staged here at Wheatland County?
Can I just answer? I've got all the questions that were asked. Okay, so I just was keeping notes of everybody in opposition, and I will get to you're fourth down the list, but I will get to that answer. So I just, I mean, most of the questions were asked about jurisdiction, and I said myself that it might not be in our jurisdiction, but advocacy is, and that's all this is advocating for change. Like Amber said, this isn't a bylaw. We don't have the power to separate. If we move this, we are not separating tomorrow. And by no means are we separating at all. Those resolutions, those recommendations can and should be implemented. In a Conservative government or a Liberal government. We had that discussion when we brought it up before the federal election, before the UCP had their fair deal panel. The fundamental flaws within Confederation aren't changed or fixed by having different parties in. Whatever party is in there, Senate reform, and I'll address your concerns, PEI is constitutionally has 4 seats in the Senate. And constitutionally, they have 4 seats in the House of Parliament. So there's no imbalance there. So I'm just curious why you would bring that point up of, well, one's to imbalance the other, so you have proportional representation in one and not the other. And Alberta is underrepresented in both, and so is BC. So I'm just, that's the frustrating thing. And a Senate reform, I mean, we had the Reform Party and even Stephen Harper to an extent push for Senate reform and it didn't get done. This isn't a federal jurisdiction because it can't get done the way Canada is set up. The way Canada is set up is the power in the East, and you can't make meaningful change like Senate reform, like changes to the equalization formula, which is tied to GDP. And that's, I mean, I'm a Harper fan, and I don't know why he did that, because he reformed the health transfer and social transfer to be a per capita. So then you're transferring just based on people rather than their incomes, which really affects Alberta and BC is the income aspect of it. So if you could even remove the GDP and go to a per capita system like the other cross-provincial trades, transfers, that would be more fair, because then you are helping out your neighbors. However, I still disagree with taking care of somebody else in the far side of the country first. I think that as a resident in Alberta, I should be taking care of Alberta's interest and their residents first. And then after that, after we set the bar on the service level, then you transfer the extra cash out. But we have to take care of our residents first. And to speak to your point on CPP, it is also because we make more money as Albertans. Our average GDP per person is $78,000, and it's a hell of a lot less in the Maritimes. That's why we contribute more to CPP, because we have better paying jobs, because we're in Alberta, because we have low taxes and the business wants to come here. That's how I think Alberta can be more of an engine to Canada. And rather than transfer money out, come here and work. That's how we've always been generous. People have always had the opportunity to come here and work and create a life. And that's why our population tends to grow faster than the rest. Because working class citizens understand that they can make more of a life here than they can in Eastern Maritimes, Manitoba, everything like that, because there's jobs here, because of the business-friendly environment that our governments throughout history has provided. That's how we can be generous to Canadians on a whole. We don't need to transfer money. We can create jobs. That's how it should be done. We need to take care of our people first and then look at sharing our wealth. And that's why we can lower, as the resolution said, with how high our GDP is per capita and how much payroll taxes we can take off of the payroll checks, we can lower that to 5.8%. That's a substantial amount of cash in your pocket for getting the same value and same service that the Canadian Pension Plan is providing right now. You have more money in your pocket and the same amount in your pension. That's a good thing. Most people want that. And the reason that that's possible is because of the jobs that we're providing as Albertans. Not because how the system's set up. It's not picking one region or the other. Like you say, we have rich people. We have highly educated young entrepreneurs that are looking to build a life and a family and business here in Alberta, because that's where it can be built, because every other region in Canada is against business. Higher taxes. Town of Strathmore has just upped their taxes to 5%, 4.7%. That's going to deter business. Every other province, excluding Saskatchewan and even BC to an extent, on the odd year, that's why businesses aren't thriving there. So that's how we as Alberta can be generous. And that should hit a lot of those points that look at different ways to help Confederation out. And like I said, I'm not a separatist. I want to help Confederation, but we need a fundamental change in Confederation to go forward and move together. Because Canada is the second largest nation in the world. Regional needs differ, not by province, but by even municipality. One centralized government doesn't effectively govern every resident or every region in Canada. We need to decentralize, and we can't do that. That's why we need to advocate on behalf of our residents, because the majority of Division 1 in that survey, and the majority of calls I get, the majority of emails I get, support decentralizing the federal government to an extent where they pass jurisdiction on down to us. whether that be policing, whether that be healthcare, because we have a wonderful lodge board that tries to stay at an arm's length away from AHS because we know we can deliver that service better than AHS, better than the provincial government. We have a Wademza board here, dispatching board for emergency services, that is unlike most in the province because it's decentralized. It's governed by a local body. We are already leading and excelling in the province for pushing local needs governed by local people. There's no reason for us to stop that. And I think it's very important for people to understand, who would you rather deal with? Would you rather deal with us or Leela? Would you rather deal with us or Martin? I like Martin. And he's easy to get a hold of. I mean, you call him up, he'll answer. But it's easier for us to be in contact with you guys than them. And that's why it has to start here. All those changes I've said have to start here. And immigration is, I missed immigration. And I'll just reverse, like, back to that. Quebec-Canada Accord, have you read through that? That one, no. I mean, the skilled workers, so when you're planning to, yeah, go ahead, it's going to be a while. When you're planning to come into Canada, you choose to go through the Canadian immigration system or the Quebec immigration system, which, right or wrong, it's easier for workers, for economical working immigrants to go through the Quebec Accord because they have a broader base and they'll take in more people from different areas. They don't target any certain demographic. They say, if you can create a job, you don't even have to buy a business here, but if you have this, this, and this, that shows that you can find a job, you can create a business, it's easier to go into Quebec than it is here. That's not right. I fully agree with more immigration, but it has to be the right kind of immigration. And having the provincial government have authority over that and bring in rural needs, rural people that want to come in and revitalize Gleason, Standard, Ballam, stuff like that, create rural businesses. That's what we need to have. And more authority in the local areas like that would make it more accessible for those people. I would really encourage you to look at the Canadian-Quebec Accord because I think it is a very good draft of what could happen. And I mean, Premier Scott Moe's looking at it because his goal for the next, I think it was like 10 years, is to hit 3 million people. That's tripling that's a big goal. And that's the only way to achieve the needed immigration is to have control locally rather than allowing somebody from Ottawa to tell us who to live. And I'll give you their personal stories going around. I've told Tom this, and I had my ex-girlfriend was from Switzerland. She wanted to come to Canada. She was unable because she wasn't the targeted demographic. She grew up in a Hereford farm in Switzerland. She wanted to come out here. She was a florist. She wanted to come work in the rural areas of Alberta. And the process she had to go through was unbelievable. It would have taken damn near 4 years to actually get her here legally. That's wrong. When you have people wanting, as immigrants that want to work in rural areas, isolated rural areas, that should be a fast track. And I believe that if the province takes control of that, that will be acquired and achieved. And stuff like, it's that kind of stuff. If we really want to move together as a nation, we have to move to a more regional government that works collaboratively with federal government, but so that the needs are dealt with locally and people, your neighbors, have a say. That's the point of this. The point isn't to separate, but you know what, if none of those recommendations happen, I think the question has to be asked to the general public. And I'm not saying I know how I'm going to vote in that, but that's the point of a referendum. The referendum is to ask the question to the public. Marcia, you can vote no. I can vote no. That's the point of the referendum.
But it also, at a time when you're saying you don't have tax dollars, that you're going to spend millions of dollars on doing something, Which doesn't make sense.
That's why the date is in the resolution, because it's.
We're getting into a debate between
Okay.
back and forth.
Yeah.
I'm going to call the question.
Okay.
I just wanted to one thing. I wanted to know if I seem to think that the referendum is the thing that's labeling us as separatists. And I'm wondering if a friendly amendment would be done to leave that out so that we could bring this resolution forward to the RMA as collaborative, as advocacy, and as support, instead of a threat or a consequence. So I would ask for a friendly amendment to the resolution.
I do not accept, but you can make it unfriendly if you like.
So my only concern with amending the resolution at this point is, personally, I would not be comfortable voting on an amended resolution because we haven't had an opportunity to have ratepayers participate in public engagement on.
If she wants to make an amendment to the resolution, it's her right to make
True.
an amendment
Yes.
to the resolution, and then we'll discuss it and we'll vote on it.
Okay, good point.
If you're making that resolution.
Yes, please.
Okay, you move that.
So you've moved to amend to remove.
Further be it resolved.
Further it be resolved.
Okay, council discussion.
I'm through chair, I still have a problem with it. I don't think this is our mandate as county council, and I'm still going to vote against it. It's not our mandate. The discussion, I love the discussion. I agree with a lot of the points that are made. But if this is what we're going to be discussing in the future, we're not going to get any work done around here as far as our municipality is concerned, because we will be able to bring absolutely anything and everything to this table. And I do not agree with that. That's not our mandate. Jason just went on and on about this. It's great. He's got a lot of knowledge. He should be running for MLA or MP or something, but you can't do that at this table. This table is for what we do in this municipality, and I'm still going to ask for a recorded vote. I don't care which way it goes.
And I appreciate that. I wished we spent as much time discussing things like this as signing contracts with people that we're in court with.
There's a motion on the floor. Any further council discussion?
Remove the further be it resolved. Remove that.
So at the bottom of page 123 of the council package, further be it resolved, if the federal government does not deal with these demands in good faith, if they block, hinder, or otherwise prevent Alberta from exercising its rights as outlined above, that the government of Alberta will hold a referendum with a clear question up to the end of the resolution, removing that.
Appreciate your.
Sorry. So the motion is just to remove.
Yeah.
To amend the resolution to remove the further be it resolved paragraph.
I can't support it. It's, this is what absolutely frustrates me in politics. We have another meeting on another meeting on another meeting on another meeting. We know this is, we know that the majority of people believe in what the whereases and the therefores. But if there isn't some sort of a hammer at the end of this, then why take us seriously? I mean, it's just another, yeah, well, we're not going to do anything. Maybe nothing comes of this, but there has to be a hammer there. You can't play a game of poker and not be allowed to bluff. You just can't sit down there and play with good cards. You have to have something in there. Whether it comes to that, I doubt it. But if it doesn't come to that, if we don't get what is being asked of, there's going to be a revolt in Alberta anyhow, because we've had it. People have had it. We have been ignored too long. So no, I cannot support this.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
When I was raised, my parents, there was consequences to inaction. I didn't do something, there was consequences. I'm not going to say what they did, might get arrested, but there was consequences to inaction, and I think there has to be consequences to inaction here as well. So I will not support the amendment.
The only thing to back my reason for doing this is that a lot of this, the fair deal is going through now. So what we're doing is actually putting this forward at this time Before it wasn't, but now we are putting it forward as support. And when you support someone, you don't give them an ultimatum at the end. And that's my point.
When you discipline your child, you support them, but there has to be consequences.
Try disappointing that child when he's 23.
Councillor Kester.
You probably lose.
I still against the resolution in its totality, but I can support the amendment because that, to me, is, from what I'm hearing from the residents, is the separation is a no issue. So I'll support the amendment, but don't take it as any indication that I support the resolution.
Yeah, and I personally, I can't support it in any way, shape, or form because I don't think, again, I'll say it, I don't think it's our mandate to deal with these issues at this table. There's other avenues to deal with them, and this isn't one of them.
Other council debate?
I've remained quiet here, just listening, because honestly, I'm probably the least experienced person next to Donna about this. And I've just overview, learned a lot in this process, gone up to the Fair Deal panel, and they've talked exactly what we've been talking today. And the same questions came to me, why are we doing this if it's already being done? And I'll be honest, I would much rather be talking about things within the county. I've had some issues in my division that I've fought hard for, did a lot of background work, and, come forward. I'll probably lose friends over this. I'll probably lose sleep over this. I didn't sleep very well last night. I'm feeling like complete and total crap today. But this is hard. I appreciate everybody's input. This is not an easy role. I did not go around door to door to be a provincial person or a federal person. I became a local councillor to talk about the issues. This, I thought, and I always say, no idea is a bad idea. But from what I've heard from people is that they don't want the further it be resolved. Absolutely, that's what I hear 100%, pretty much, the odd person. So yeah, I think that should come off. But that, moving forward, that's exactly what the province is doing right now, so why are we doing that?
Question.
Call the question? All right. The motion is to amend the resolution. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. So we're now considering the resolution with the further be it resolved removed. I'll call that question. And we will take a recorded vote. Council discussion. Well, I guess if we call the question, we'll just vote. All in favor? Yes, he moved it when we opened, I believe.
So it's removed. Further is removed.
What's removed?
We're now voting on the amended resolution with the further be it resolved taken off of the resolution.
I thought we just voted on it. No? Okay.
I believe we just voted on the amendment. Because we would need to vote on that first, and now we can consider the amended resolution.
The amended resolution was to take that off.
Yeah.
But we were simply, and somebody can clarify order. My understanding was we were just voting on the amendment.
Because it wasn't a friendly amendment.
Because it was an unfriendly amendment.
That's right. It was an unfriendly amendment. We just voted to turn it down.
I think we
Or
did too.
to allow it.
Yes. And now I'm
Now
saying
you're
I think
voting
we
on
should
the-
vote on the amended resolution.
There's no
It's
amendment.
not an amended resolution. It's the
voted
original
in-
resolution.
You voted in favor of leaving it on.
Yeah, it's left on. I
Make the
think.
motion again if.
You're voting on the original
Your motion
resolution.
was, so you moved to remove, and there was 4 in favor of removing it.
No, I think.
Yeah, that's all I
Was there 4 in removing?
There was 4 people in favor of removing the further be it resolved. We can recall the vote, but I believe there was 4 in favor.
So that is off.
And there was 3 opposed to removing the further be it resolved. So now we need to vote. If I'm open to correction, that was my count, was 4-3. And now we would be voting on the amended resolution. And we will do a recorded vote for the vote on the amended resolution. Is everybody, yes?
Clarity, I just need to know.
The vote was, yeah, to amend the resolution. to remove the further be it resolved. Now we will be voting on the resolution as amended.
Adopt it.
To, ratify it, to move it to the district level for consideration. As we have voted on, I think in the fall, we voted on 5 resolutions in total. Yes. All right, we will call a recorded vote. All those in favor of the amended resolution, show of hands. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bigger, Councillor Clausen, Councillor Eichert. Those opposed? Councillor Armstrong, Reeve Link, and Councillor Kester. The motion is carried. I do want to thank all of the ratepayers who came today and participated in our public engagement. I do appreciate the level of passion and the time committed by each of you. And I will also encourage people to also participate in the New Deal panel that the province is currently using for public engagement. Thank you.
We want to
And-
do that one first, right, Wade?
We did have an 11 o'clock appointment. Would council hear the presentation from Canadian Badlands prior to lunch? Yep. Okay. Yeah. We're going to call the meeting back to order. We have a representative of Canadian
We're
Badlands.
all here for this.
For Canadian Badlands. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Reeve Link, members of council and administration, and Marvin Terry. Thank you for having me here today. I just plan to do a quick update, and if there's anybody in the room that doesn't understand or know what Canadian Badlands tourism is, I will answer some questions as well. It was an interesting segue into what I have to say because our funding has been mostly cut. So for the last couple of years, we've been working on a sustainability plan. And one of them is setting up a destination marketing fund. And the other one is a pay-to-play through our marketing campaign. We are developing an experience guide on our website, and it'll come out in 2020. So watch for that in January. Tourism is the 3rd largest industry in Alberta right now. I don't know what 1 and 2 is, but we know tourism makes a big impact on the province. We also know that government collects quite a few dollars to the tune of $85 to $90 million a year with the tourism tax that they collect. So we are lobbying to get some of that because about 40 million of that goes back into the general coffers. And we can do a lot with even, a few thousand. So the board is lobbying the government pretty regularly now to try and get a few of those dollars into tourism and economic development in the Canadian Badlands. So I'll just reference a couple of things in your package. One of them is the map. 13,000 copies of these were downloaded and printed off our website from June to August this year. So it is still the only free map in the Canadian Badlands. We also printed about 9,000 more, and we put them in visitor information centers throughout the Canadian Badlands. It is much appreciated, apparently. I put a question and answer sheet in your package as well. If somebody asks you a question and you can't answer it, you might be able to refer to this. We have grown to 61 municipal shareholders, so we are still the largest municipal tourism partnership in Canada, which is something, really something. And I just remind everybody that what that means is we are a bigger voice together, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. Your administration and I believe, Reeve Link, you probably received the email from us asking for letters of support in the Canadian Badlands. So, okay.
Yes, my apologies.
Okay, we're trying to get our members to speak out to the government as well and just let them know that Canadian Badlands tourism is very important. We've been working.
Sorry, Alana. Yeah, the municipalities or the Badlands is asking for letters of support going forward, and asking for some, or even just information going, letting know where we are, what we do, the 61 municipalities that one of the biggest voices that should be in tourism. And going forward, we would want Wheatland County to possibly send a letter of support, being that this is one of our partners, and bringing in that revenue to our county and those businesses to our county. There was going to be a couple, if you could just send a couple examples to maybe send again with that letter of support request, because I don't know, I actually never saw it after.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, I'll be
Thanks.
sending that out again.
Yeah.
Councillor Bigger and Terry Kinsman are both board members on the Canadian Badlands Tourism Board, so it's really nice to have them here today. That's important for us to speak out to the government right now, because our funding has been cut, and we have a lot more we can do. We've done hundreds of projects throughout the Canadian Badlands. A few of them are on one of the sheets that's in your package as well. We brought Roger Brooks here about a little over a year ago, and Wheatland County participated in that. Our next conference is going to be here in March 4th to 6th. And I believe we have a committee formed here, so there's quite a bit of involvement with the town of Strathmore and the county on that. The other piece of paper in your document is the AGM that we had in Lethbridge in March. In case you weren't there, it gives you a little bit of an update on what we did. It also tells you some of the projects we worked on in 2018. And the other piece of paper you have is regarding the Destination Marketing Fund. I'm not sure if anybody here is familiar with what that is. Okay. Canalta Hotels, Heritage Inns, and a number of other hotels and organizations such as destination marketing organizations collect a fee from hotel rooms. So what we are doing is we are going to the hotel rooms in the Canadian Badlands that are not in a destination marketing fund already. And Canalta Hotels has actually been one of the big supporters for us to do this. The reason is there's a lot of money left on the table apparently. And if we go and we ask hoteliers to collect 3% on their rooms, and we're working with Strathmore on this right now, that money goes into a trust account with Canadian Badlands. We take a small admin fee off the top to pay the accountant and some of the administrative costs around that. And we are setting it up for the whole area. But 2% of what the community collects comes back to the community. You form a committee here and decide how to spend that. It has to be spent on marketing. So it does bring quite a few dollars back into the community. The other 1% goes to our regional marketing campaign, because we want to grow that to be very large. Currently, our regional marketing campaign is about a $200,000 campaign, and the reason is Canalta Hotels, Heritage Inns, and some of the destination marketing organizations put those dollars into it. We take that pot of money and we go to Travel Alberta and we say, can you please double this with your cooperative marketing program? And they have every year. Again, we're hoping that money is still there in 2020. With the budget cuts, we're just not sure yet. But the marketing campaign touches everybody in the area. Waterton joined this year. They approached us because they were so impressed with what we do that they approached us and asked us if they could join us. The irony is they were just told that they have to shut their doors or the gates at a certain number now. So I'm not sure they need much more marketing. We know Banff and Lake Louise don't need marketing, but they spend $900 million a year on it. So we have a big area. We want to grow that and put as much marketing out there for the area as we can and as many projects as we can. Any questions?
If I could just comment a little bit more too. Badlands is a great advocacy tool. The fact that they've been here for a while and have 61 municipalities on side and joined as one voice is so important right now, I believe. Now, we had some discussion, I wasn't at that meeting, but the Wheatland Regional Partnership, there was some discussion about, what are the Badlands, what are they about, what have they done for us? There is quite a bit that they do for us that maybe they can't see, but it's the advocacy, the marketing, and then the regional support. I mean, like you just said, there's 900 million funding goes into the Rockies. They're full. The Waterton's full. We have a beautiful actual region that has good partners, and if maybe the next meeting we could bring it up as maybe even Terry and I or Flana has time to point some. I've taken the literature and sent it to them through Brian, but I would maybe have a presentation that seems to work better anyway, in letting them know that we need to be a part of this region because we need that tourism voice. This is the biggest and best one that we have, and I'm proud to be on their board. Another thing too is about the conference, and if we could get as much support through conferencing, that is one of the ways. Through support, through donations, even just having people go, have our council go, it helps with the tourism in our region. So that letter of support would be one of the things that I would like to bring forward to, maybe through Wheatland Regional Partnership, if that was doable. Thanks.
Thank you. As many as possible would be great. Administration is aware that one of the biggest things that we do for Wheatland County right now is through the Travel Alberta website and the Canadian Badlands website. There's a tool called ATIS, or it's an instrument, I guess you could call it, Alberta Tourism Information System, and that's where your administration puts in events, attractions, pretty much anything you have in the county. And from there, it gets pushed onto our website and the Travel Alberta website, and we know that in a 10-month time span from 2018 to 19, there was 1.2 million hits on events in the Canadian Badlands and 548,000 on unique events. The numbers speak for themselves. People want to learn about the Canadian Badlands, they go to those two websites.
Did you analyze that for how many percentage of those events might be in Wheatland County or even the Wheatland County region, like including the villages in Strathmore?
They are doing geofencing, but they're not doing it county by county or town and county. They're doing it on attractions right now, and they're connecting attractions to see who's going where and where they're going after that kind of thing. So for 2020, we might be doing a different kind of geofencing. For members, that's probably valuable.
I think as a municipally elected official being responsible for like our ratepayers' taxes, I think having some analysis of that would be helpful. Because what I do sometimes hear is, and I'm just going to be very frank, is the Canadian Badlands representative of Wheatland County and kind of who we are marketing ourselves as. And I think if we had some of those statistics in terms of, I know we have amazing, like I agree, we are a beautiful region. We have some phenomenal tourist attractions here, right close by and through Rosebud and through different corridors in our county. I think agricultural tourism could be like an area of significant growth in the future. I know people are wanting to understand more where their food comes from and have that relationship farm to table and that kind of thing. But I need to be able to justify our investment in the Canadian Badlands to our ratepayers.
Okay, agritourism is, you're leading in that, in the Canadian Badlands. That's quite impressive. What I tell our members is, how do we help you help you? How do we help us help you, basically? And the way that you do that is put everything you can into ATIS. We take those things and we push them through our social media channels, And that's what we use for our marketing campaign. So the more you have on there, the more you do, the more we have to work with. So that's one of the things. Partnerships is another big one, like the Roger Brooks, for example. We partnered with you on that. And, you know, many projects in the past. So
one of the things they do too is they have ambassadors. So they'll have people through the Badlands, through their marketing, will go to Rock and R Ranch, and they'll spend an evening there, and then they'll report on it, and then it gets.
I follow your ambassadors, some
Yeah.
of them on Instagram
Yeah.
and things like that.
Yeah, that's right.
I think
And they
we
do
had-
the marketing for you, yeah.
Yeah. I think there was 19 of them. We just received the final report, and I haven't read it yet. But I think we had 19 ambassadors in the Canadian Badlands in 2019. And they're all volunteer positions. They're from various communities. Wheatland County can participate if you want to. If you have a champion in your community that loves to take pictures and write stories and talk about what you have and what you do, we welcome that. They are professionally trained. We hire contractors to look after them for the year. And yeah. And they bring all kinds of content for us to use. So it's a great program. I think we're in the 4th year of it now. It started out as a project, and it continues on. Yeah.
Any other questions? So for a plan going forward, we will bring the information to our Wheatland Regional Partnership, and perhaps we can see if a couple of the board members, Lana, if you are available, we would welcome you to attend our next meeting as well. There are some questions from the partnership as well. And yeah, council will read through this. If we have any further questions, we'll be in touch for sure.
Please do.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And we are going to take a break for lunch.
Good afternoon, Council.
Good afternoon.
Before you is the first reading bylaw 2019-27. This is an application to amend Cell 4, a direct cell within the Direct Control District, DC7, to add dwelling employee as a discretionary use to allow for employee dwelling in the clubhouse.
Not beside it, but in the clubhouse itself.
That's correct.
Be right beside the Titleist drivers.
So before you in the planning report, you have the analysis of all the regulated and related policy. So in that you have the Muirfield Area Structure Plan and other statutory documents as well. In terms of circulation, we circulated it to all the external agencies and internal departments. We received comment from Alberta Health Services and no comment from any internal departments. So the location plan, as you see, there's the clubhouse in Muirfield. This is the Direct Control 7 district. And that is my presentation.
Thank you.
I can provide a little bit of background.
That'd be good.
So this is
for the public hearing.
Yeah, we could
Okay.
wait. It's just first reading and scheduling the
Well, if
public
anybody
hearing.
has, I know lots of people.
We will take any questions, of course, and the planner's here for
I'll
questions.
move first reading.
Perfect.
Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move the public hearing. January 14th, 9 a.m.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Move to 2.1.4, bylaw 2019-38.
Pardon me. Before you, you have the bylaw to amend our existing rule addressing bylaw to change the method of signage for 2 or more structures on one primary address. So currently, the county assigns suffixes A and B to the addresses to display full signs on the approach. So what you have here is an amendment for several items. In this supplemental attachment, you can see a map outlining 4 parcels, and in that you would have 4 signs on the approach. What we're recommending are several changes here. And I'm just going to pull up the figure for you. So you would have the address, the solid address there, but the A and the B would be the responsibility of the owner to get that and place them in front of their home. So some parcels, we're going to have a single approach, and then it branches off to 2 additional parcels. So it would be the responsibility and working with the municipality of the owner to get those 2. And this is consistent with the way municipalities are moving and also with emergency services. So this is a more modernized approach. As council will recall, we did bring forward our rural address issues in terms of ordering signage. So we're ordering that to be consistent with this proposed amendment to the bylaw. And I can answer any additional questions you may have.
This is only ones that have 2 or share an approach, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And we've identified each with our geographic information system as well.
Just out of curiosity, is there going to be a penalty for not putting up the A or B?
Is there going to be a penalty? Sorry.
For not putting up the A or B if it's the responsibility of the landowner?
No, we won't penalize. However, we will provide notice and communication that it is important, particularly for public safety.
EMS and fire access and stuff like that.
Not that they find them anyways.
Council's wishes?
Just a question.
Yes.
Ambulance and fire, is it, they've been asked for comments on it? Dispatch especially?
So in terms of the circulation notice, this was an internal item. However, we have been in conversation with obviously fire and protective services on this one. And ambulance, as mentioned, this is a modernized approach. So the approach that they take is not impacted. This would not be a surprise to any of those services, so to speak.
So you talked to dispatch then, because they're the ones that dispatch the fire too.
Right. I can't confirm that we talked with them. I don't believe we did. However, this approach and dispatch and the way that works, it's already identified the address on the road. Their address has been identified. It's just removing the larger sign with multiple addresses. The address is all the same, just the A and B will be labeled up the shared approach for each side. Clearly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should be okay.
I think practically speaking, it could actually aid first responders because the actual dwellings will be labeled versus just at the entranceway. So a ratepayer could say, I'm at 243A, 043, whatever, house A. And then rather than having to go by like, typically the first one is A, the second is B, they can actually say I'm house A, and they'll see that sign right outside their residence, right?
That's correct.
Any other questions or discussion? If not council's wishes, we do have all 3 readings to consider if council so chooses today.
I will move the first reading of bylaw 2019-38.
Any questions or further discussion? All in favor? Carried.
Move second resolution.
Councillor Wilson has moved second reading. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move third and final reading. Bylaw 2019.
Permission or approval to proceed with third?
Yes, I'll move.
All in favor? Motion is carried unanimously. Councillor Kester has moved third reading. Any final questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Good work.
We will move to 2.4.1 reserve bids for 2020 property tax auction.
Good afternoon, Council. So on page 124 of your agenda package is 3 properties that have been in tax arrears and are at the stage that they'll go to property tax auction. Part of the MGA is that Council needs to set a reserve bid for those. So this is what this step is.
Council's wishes.
Question, what happens if you don't get the reserve bid?
If we don't receive the reserve bid from public, then the municipality may take over title to the property. That doesn't necessarily mean that we do take title of the property. A good example would be if there's a property out there with contamination, the county administration would recommend not to take that over, so we do not inherit that liability.
This is a gas station, isn't it?
An old one.
Is there not liability, like, would there not be some stuff there?
Yep.
As administration, we most likely would never take this property over. However, we would be entitled to if we so chose.
Okay, so just, what do we, so we don't want this piece, so what happens with this piece of property then? It's gonna cost more than $80,000 to clean it up.
It would just, the ownership would be retained by the,
Yeah, so there would be no change in ownership. However, we are required to move this forward in the process, set that reserve bid, and if someone comes in and chooses to bid on it over the reserve bid, they can purchase it. The county could, at this point as well, after these final steps, take ownership if we so chose to do so. But yeah, that's kind of just the final step.
Okay, thank you.
Council's wishes.
So just a quick question, then there's no environmental certificates with this property at all?
No, there is not. That's correct.
Can we make one motion for all 3? I'll try it.
Nobody wants to read all of it.
I'll make a motion, we accept the reserve bids on Plan 5345 and Block A, Plan 5345 and Block A, lots 20 to 21, the other one was 13 to 14. The last one is Plan 9210-304, Block 1, lots 13.
I think 15 in the first one as well. Let's just say as presented.
As presented.
Council questions? As presented. Council questions or discussion?
Curious, maybe try to get rid of that gas station even below reserve bid.
I don't,
You can't.
we're required
You pay
to,
somebody to take it away.
So realistically, that step, once the reserves bid is set by council, we can't go away from that bid. However, we are required to do it at fair market value. I forget what section in the MGA, but it does say that, on or near fair market value. If someone came up to us and requested that property at some point, we could potentially enter into some sort of agreement to take it over and transfer it. But this is kind of just a step as is.
MGA mandated.
No, just on the same property, just so, we don't want, like, so theoretically, there's a bid of $80,000. No one meets the bid. We could take it if we want to, but more than likely, we don't want to take it. So then it goes back, if we don't take it, it goes back to the owner again? So we've accomplished absolutely nothing?
So that being said, the step that we do accomplish is that we can take over if we do choose. That's the kind of the step of this. So if someone does offer us $80,000 for this parcel, realistically, I would have to say no because this doesn't meet the reserve bid. However, I could say, okay, thank you for that bid. Let's go to a next step. So it wouldn't be just the final thing. I wouldn't just say no. But however, that the current owner of that property would retain title, still with all the tax arrears on it.
Any other questions or discussion?
Be impressed if it's sold.
All in favor? Motion is carried. Move to 2.4.2, request for refund of credit.
Yes, Council. So on page 130 of your agenda package is just a refund of credit on a property tax account. What happened is the mortgage company paid it twice.
I'll move the recommendation.
Questions or discussion?
When are taxes due again?
End of June.
All in favor of the motion? Motion is carried. 2.4.3, Wheatland County Safety Day.
Yes, Council. So on page 132 of your agenda package is the an RFD for the annual Wheatland County Safety Day 2020. We usually do a resolution for the office closure that day, so that is what this is for.
So moved.
Councillor Armstrong has moved. Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Just a question on closing of the office. Are we going to be closed all through the Christmas week?
So we are. So we're closed at 4:30 on December 24th, up until January 2nd. And I think January 2nd is it? I'm sorry, 1 sec. Just confirm what date that is.
I thought in the benefits that we discussed.
No. Just some get paid for now.
Yeah, so those human resource policies that were approved, those are effective as of January 1, 2020. So those wouldn't necessarily impact this, and that also necessarily wouldn't impact the office closure as well. So the office would most likely be closed. I believe what you're referring to is some people just would be unpaid for it.
Yeah, because I've got a few texts and people are concerned that some people have to work on Christmas Eve and others aren't.
Well, that being said, we just recently did a poll of municipalities around the area. So we polled 6, and one thing that we noticed is that a lot of the offices were closed at 12 on Christmas Eve. We could close this office at 12 on Christmas Eve. I personally think it might be a good idea, and just send people home. They can either use vacation time or however that would work. We could close the office at that point, but currently stated it's at 4:30. So.
But that'll change as soon as New Year comes, and then they'll get that.
Well, it could still,
It's at 3 days, but they have 3 days of closure.
just depends where it falls.
Yeah.
I'll move that we close the county office at noon on December 24th.
Through to January 2nd.
Yes. I know. Well, I was accused.
Like they do another form of government.
No. At noon till, you said the 2nd? The only way you get through family time is 4 hours of drinking time.
So just to clarify, we would open January 2nd? I think that's what's showing. Yeah, resume
yes.
operations on January 2nd, it shows
At
online.
8 a.m. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions or discussion on Councillor Wilson's motion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Did we have,
Merry Christmas,
did we vote
staff.
on safety day?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I am losing it.
And I think the song for Safety Day should be the Safety Dance.
We'll move to 2.4.4, the interim operating budget.
Yes, Council. So on page 134 of your agenda package is the final rendition of the interim operating budget. So the last council meeting, there was a request for information on the donations to other organizations over the last 3 years. So I provided that to council by email. I'm just circulating a hard copy of that as well. Besides that, there's still quite a few uncertainties as discussed. One thing that did come through after the presentation, which I did not expect, was the RCMP billing. So the RCMP billing change, I've kind of highlighted on page 141 of the agenda package. So what happened after that meeting is that we received notification that the services will start to all municipalities in Alberta, the additional service, as of April 1st, 2020. So the bill itself, we won't have to pay until 2021. However, for a municipality's budgeting purposes, we still have to accrue that because the service is being received in that calendar year. So what we did was we took that full year, and because the provincial government operates on a April 1 to March 30th year end, we have to take 9 months of those and put that into our kind of budget anyway. So that was the best estimate that we had. What we did was we just did a transfer to reserves, just reduced it just to kind of make up for that difference. So besides that, that was the only change. We're still awaiting potential assessment changes from the province as well. Heard lots of different things, but we're just kind of waiting until we actually do receive confirmation. At that point, all of that will be reflected. Of course, as soon as I receive information, I'll relay that to council as well. However, the big change that will be done is the final operating budget, which will be presented in April to council, April of 2020. And then after that, we do the tax rate bylaw. So that's kind of where everything kind of hits the road. We'll do those in conjunction, just so everything kind of makes sense at that point. And then, yeah, so I'm not sure exactly what council's wishes are for the donations to other organizations, just that hard copy that I sent out. I believe there was some appetite to maybe reduce that number at the last council meeting.
I'd like to see it reduced. I asked for the information. The majority of it goes to Strathmore Handy Bus, which are in tough financial times, and they're looking at reforming their service right now. And I don't think they will be needing that full 35,000. As I said, I've added it to the next meeting, and I would like to discuss that further with new options coming from staff as soon as I get them the information. But I would reduce that to just the 15,000 pretty much. To 15,000. I think it was 70,000 budgeted for.
In 2020, there's 72,000 budgeted for.
Yeah, so it would be 50.
57,000?
Yeah, cut it 57,000.
Oh, okay.
That's my opinion. It's not a motion yet, but I'd love discussion. It can be.
How are they gonna, like, how does this thing get regrouped that $15,000 is gonna do is gonna service our, like, help our people that need help with the handy bus?
That's a discussion for next meeting.
Oh, yeah.
I think, but I think the 15,000 should cover it. I mean, the Valley Bus has shown that they operate quite handily with 2,000, and
Yeah, but that's just the ridership difference.
we only have 12 residents using the handy bus.
Yeah.
About 12. That's the closest numbers I could get.
Without having all the information, this is just an interim
Yeah.
budget. We could pass it as it is with the information, and if you come up with some more information when we pass the final budget.
I'd like to do
Okay,
that.
sounds good.
Consensus on that? That's my preference as well. I know I've made the statement before as well. Our current ridership may only be 12 Wheatland County ratepayers, but I also know that we have a lot of former ratepayers that are pioneers and founders of this municipality that utilize it and may currently live in another municipality.
Pay tax in that municipality.
Absolutely, but they may have spent 70, 80 years paying tax in Wheatland County, and I think we owe it to those ratepayers to care for them as well. So that's my 2 cents. It's just, I think we have to keep that context, that perspective. But I agree with considering it during the final budget and when we've actually had numbers presented regarding the handy bus. Any other questions regarding the interim budget, operating budget?
Just one question on 173 on the Gleason Water. There's
Can you do a page number, Tom?
page 173. And it just goes from 220 to 221. And I know the money comes in and goes out again, and it drops down again. So what is, like, is that 6 million from the, that's the only place you could put it for the Rosebud line? Like, it wouldn't go to Rosebud?
So that's just kind of where we put it. This is really a transfer to reserve. It may sway the numbers in the budget, but even in the actuals that we do record in our accounting system, the actuals, it doesn't even show in our actuals. It's just a budgetary thing that we have to kind of include for like a loan and transfers too.
So, but it's all to do with the water,
Yes.
phase 4 or whatever. Okay.
So if you go on page 173, in the expenditure part, the 620,000, that's our contribution. So that's a non-refundable contribution that we said we were going to do. And then the 6 million below that, and that's the actual loan. And then that the 6 million is the loan. And then the 6 million below that again in 2021 is a transfer back to reserves. So that's kind of why it just kind of shows like that, just a accounting thing.
And there's still the outstanding question around the potential interest on that loan and how that will be structured.
Yeah, so that's something I need to talk to the board of the WRC and get them to agree to something as well. I've heard council's appetite on that, and I believe this is a consensus, is just have it similar to what our interest is in our bank account, just to match that, so technically we aren't losing any revenue. I could be mistaken as well. However, if council does have more input, we can certainly do that, and we can structure the lending bylaw at that point.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? If not, a motion to approve the interim budget.
I'll move.
Councillor Kester has moved. Any final questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We also have the capital budget review.
Yes, Council. So on page 199 of your agenda package is the start of the capital budget. So I'm just going to kind of go through a couple different things just because we haven't reviewed this 2020 to 2024 capital budget in open council yet. However, we did have several meetings, budget workshop meetings on the capital budget. So those meetings occurred from between November 5th and December 5th. December 3rd. During that process, we spent about 8 hours kind of just reviewing different things. We reviewed the Wheatland County reserves and what levels of capital spending will impact our reserves. Considerations for approving various capital budget items. Our net financial assets and reserves compared to other municipalities and counties around us. And all proposed 2020 capital budget items. On our second budget workshop, we also reviewed every single project on a line-by-line basis. Administration prioritized the projects for council, and council made the decision based on the needs of their constituents and move forward that way. At that second meeting, there was an additional approximately 17 budget items that council wanted more information on, so we brought that back to council. Council cut approximately just over $15 million from the initial budget, and the reasons for the big cuts this year is due to financial constraint shown by council and their need or want not to increase taxes for ratepayers. So just to kind of go over the actual budget itself, there are 3 amendments that we do have to this budget, and they are removing projects in this budget, the capital budget that we're presenting. So we're going to be removing 3 bridge files, and the reason for the removal of those 3 is because the STIP funding, we did not apply for them, just because there was a lot of projects that we did apply, and we thought our chances of success on other projects would be more concentrated if we just applied for certain ones. So the 3 bridges that are being cut out of this capital budget are bridge file 09387, bridge file 07731 and bridge file 74132. So each one of those projects were budgeted for $400,000 each. So that's a reduction of $1.2 million, which would bring the total capital budget to $24.7 million. So just some project highlights I just want to kind of illustrate to council is that this year in administration, there's an initial broadband initiative that we're taking part in. That could be anywhere up to $5,000 or $500,000. We also have a miscellaneous computers and equipment that we replace on an annual basis. And then we're also planning to implement a budget software in 2020, which will help a lot with reporting and reporting to council, reporting to staff, and just kind of making sure everything's on track. With fire, there hasn't been anything budgeted for fire. And that's going to come back at a later date, just when we get more information from our departments and the associations as well. Unpaved roads, there was kind of a change this year in the unpaved roads. Due to financial constraints, there's only going to be 4 scheduled road projects this year, and all 4 of those projects are going to be done with internal crews. Therefore, there's not going to be any external road projects occurring in the county this year. Paved roads, there is no planned projects in 2020 for paving this year. And that, again, it's a very expensive project, and we're just kind of tightening the financial constraints of the county. Equipment, some highlights for the equipment is that there's going to be 3 CAT M14 graders, and they're just to replace existing units. So what administration is doing is we're trading in our graders at auction, and then we're going to buy 3 new ones, and that's just for service levels in the county. We're also replacing 1 other grader. It's a CAT 120 grader, and that's more for hamlet areas. Just so it's a smaller unit that can help those hamlets out. And then we also have our various pickup truck replacements in the county as well. Wastewater, the big project that we're kind of hoping to get done, or at least get started this year, is the Rosebud Wastewater Project. And that one is contingent on grant funding as well. So if you don't receive the grant funding, that one will not move forward. We're hoping to get grant funding in approximately the area of $2.6 million. Facilities. So the facilities, the biggest one again is the Carsline Fire Hall. There's going to be a presentation to council on that later today. And then that one's valued at $2.5 million. And then the Galician Arena upgrades, we have currently budgeted for $1.2 million, and that tender will be provided to council before it's sent out. And we're hoping that'll be under budget as well. And then with facilities as well, there's just various upgrades on current existing buildings, just for upgrades that we deem essential to be done. Recreation, there's approximately $400,000 of recreation funds going towards recreation this year. So there's 2 playgrounds that are going to be either replaced or new, I believe. There's one in Clooney and one in Speargrass. And there's also 1 land improvement moving forward at Eagle Lake. So just for council's information, if all projects do go through, the reserves may slightly drop. That could be in the range of about $2 million. There are quite a few factors that are outstanding. So the one I keep bringing back up over and over during the budget discussions is the pending assessment changes from the provincial government. We still don't know that. That could be a big swing for us operationally, which would drop reserves at the end of the day. There may be some operating tax increase levels from council at the final budget. So whatever that may be, if it doesn't go up, it may drop down a bit. And then some of the grant funding as well, contingent on projects being completed. So there are a number of projects currently in the budget that are contingent on grant funding. So if we don't receive the grant, we're not going to do the project. So if those projects don't go forward, say it's funded 75% by a grant, 25% by the county, that 25% won't be spent. So that's kind of another thing too. Yeah, and I think that pretty much sums up the capital budget. Just maybe another quick overview. About 30% of our projects or 30% of our capital budget is scheduled for unpaved roads, about 20% for equipment, 10% for bridges, and 15% for public works.
Any questions or discussion from council? Council's wishes?
I'll move as information.
We're actually looking to approve it.
Well, I'll move to approve.
Councillor Wilson has moved to approve the 2020 to 2024 capital budget. Any other questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. We have an RFD regarding aggregate crushing services. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Council. So see on page 226 of your package there is the RFD for aggregate crushing services within Wheatland County. This is referring to gravel crushing that we have done on a yearly basis to supply our roads for surfacing gravel as well as construction and maintenance gravel as well. So this tender was released in early November, closed. We did a full review of it. I believe we had 6 respondents come back with a bid on this. We independently looked at them based on corporate profile, experience with the county, and ultimately cost per ton for crushing gravel. So we are recommending Sage Management to be awarded the contract for 3 years with potential 2-year renewable terms commencing on January 1st of 2020.
Council's wishes?
So question, why is it cheaper at Ridgeland than the other 2 pits?
Through the chair, I believe that was just based on hauling and existing location for the pits and mobilization of the equipment in, that sort of thing. I believe they schedule these crushes around where they're working elsewhere in the municipality or in the province, and where they can fit it in based on that.
Any other questions?
Same company we're using now, or?
Correct. Through the chair, the Sage Management we've used upwards of 20 years for our crushing needs here.
Wasn't there some trouble last year about them behind or something? I remember.
Yeah, through the chair, there was a bit of a concern on delays, both internally here and through the contractor there, that we hope we've resolved. And going forward with the amounts that you'll see here, we have actually upped our crushing budget, you'll see in the operating budget that was just approved, to mitigate any of those concerns going forward.
Cost-wise, were they the lowest?
Through the chair, yes, they were. Cost-wise, per ton, overall, they were the lowest.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Deputy Reeve Clausen has moved to approve. Any final discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. 2.4.8 Provincial Egg Service Board and Farm Tech Conferences.
You have to do the janitor first.
Oh, my apologies. Sorry, I skipped right over. There's an RFD regarding janitorial services.
Move the recommendation.
Councillor Wilson has moved the recommendation. Any questions or discussion? Or does staff have any comments?
No,
Looks clean enough to me.
Through the chair, we had a number, I don't recall, I think we had 6 respondents to this tender. Same term, 3 years with 2 renewables for cleaning the admin building, Public Works, and ASB shop.
Excellent. Any questions or discussion?
Are they illegal or a local company, or?
Are they illegals? No.
Are they illegal?
That's not
No.
appropriate to ask.
No, these, I believe they're based out of Calgary. And actually, they're a new company. The current company we have here did not submit a bid on this tender. So, sorry, through the chair, this was actually a company that's been used quite a bit in Strathmore, though. Yeah.
Any other questions?
Was there any locals that bid on it?
No.
Okay.
Any further questions? All in favor? Carried. Now the 2020 Provincial Ag Service Board and Farm Tech Conferences.
Just curious if there's appetite to have the alternate also attend? I always think of you, man. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours.
No.
Any appetite? No?
Sure.
You guys good with?
I don't even know if I can make it.
Okay, well, I'll move that council approve the attendance of Agriculture Service Board members, including the alternate and admin, to the provincial 2020 ASB conference scheduled for January 21st to the 24th in Banff, Alberta. Further, that council approve that ASB board members and admin who choose not to attend the 2020 provincial ASB conference may attend Farm Tech from January 28th to the 30th in Edmonton.
Questions or discussion on the motion?
I think everybody's going to Banff anyway, so I don't think that last part needs to be in there.
All in favor? Motion is carried. We did have additions to the agenda. There was a RFD circulated regarding Drumheller and district solid waste funding.
Okay, we had our budget meetings and we've come up with a proposal. We are going forward. We're moving forward with the replacement of the trans stores. The question came up: could we apply for Alberta Capital Finance? And Drumheller wasn't able to do it, and neither was Nehill. So I said that I would check with Wheatland Council and see if they would support us on the application for the 600,000 on behalf of Drumheller Solid Waste. Similar to what we've done with our seed plants and others. It would be
not even close.
Our first option was the 10-year loan, assuming that we would be eligible for Alberta Capital Finance through a municipality. The total borrowed is 600,000. The interest rate at that time, I don't know if that's changed, was 2.317. Total interest paid would be 72,768, and the total cost over 10 years would be 672,768.33. And the Drumheller Solid Waste, the cost would end up Wheatland, okay, we got 28,473.74 per year. That would be to get the immediate there's 7 to be changed. 6 of them would be through this grant. The 7th one would be through reserves that we are holding. We have enough for just about 2. We're holding 1 back. We're increasing our transfer to reserves this year from 50,000 to 75,000 into our transportation fund, where this is covered, and hoping that in the long run, every 2 years, we can replace one of the others so that we end up, so it's a continuing replacement program over the next however many years the association's in operation. So the request is that Wheatland County apply for a loan for Alberta Capital Finance in the amount of 600,000 on behalf of Drumheller and District Solid Waste. And the administration bring back a borrowing and lending bylaw for the first reading at the January 14th, 2020 council meeting. If that's approved, that will go before our board meeting on Thursday.
Council's wishes.
Can I ask a question?
Questions?
So the board asked Drumheller and Nehill, and they said no?
They could, yeah.
Okay. And then these.
Drumheller was, just for clarification, Neil, she didn't know if they could handle it. Drumheller was because of their, something to do with their flood mitigation program that they have going. That, up there, because you have to have so much, you have to have a good reserve to back these. They don't have it.
Their debt limit.
And we're okay for the
This is
Yeah, our
replacing,
debt limit's really good.
for replacing 6, you said?
It's replacing 7. One of them's out of our reserves, is from Drumheller Solid Waste, and the 6 are out of this grant.
And are those 7 within the county? All within the county or just within the solid?
They are. Bicycle 1, Carsland 2, Linden, Rosebud, Rumsey, Three Hills, and Hazar. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 of them, and 3 of them are in county.
I've got a question, and I'm not sure. But if Saywal were to go ahead.
This isn't Saywal.
I know.
Oh, okay.
So if Saywal goes ahead, like,
We still need transfer stations.
okay,
Still need someplace to pick up the
so
waste.
nothing changes that way, just, okay, just the demolition
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
waste.
yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions or discussion?
Did Ben move that, or is that a motion, or do you need someone to make the
If
motion?
you want me to, I will, but if someone else wants to, they can go ahead.
Okay, I'll make the motion that Wheeling County apply for a loan for the Alberta Capital Finance Authority in the amount of $600,000 on behalf of the Drumheller and District Solid Waste Management Association. And that administration bring back a borrowing and lending bylaw for the first reading at the January 14th, 2020 council meeting.
Questions or further discussion?
Put us in any kind of financial risk for the county?
No. So our assets and liabilities, the net would stay the same. However, council may want to consider about borrowing and lending on behalf of other organizations, just in general. It's definitely good practice to help out other municipalities and other organizations that certainly do benefit Wheatland County ratepayers. However, I think council certainly does need to consider weighing the risk of borrowing a lot of money and just lending it out. Just not sure if that's exactly what.
Yeah, because there's no cost to the county.
No, and that's correct. There is no net cost to the county. The only thing is that our assets would seem larger and our liabilities would also seem larger.
Business part of me is going to speak now. Business mind is going to speak now. So if we're doing this, would they give us preferential pricing? Other things, because we're giving them the loan, basically. No? Everything's still the same. Okay.
They're covering the interest and.
Question, just if county doesn't lend them the money, what are their options then?
Let's go to the bank, borrow the money, it'll be a higher interest. We still end up paying. Our cost is still going to be, for 10-year period, the options for that are 28, so it'll probably be 30,000 a year instead of 28. So it's cheaper. Capital finance than it is going through the bank.
Any further questions or discussion?
So this term would be,
They had another option, but none of the smaller villages could handle it, and it was over a 2-year period, but they couldn't. They would.
And you said, sorry, and you said that going forward that this will never happen again, like, because with reserves and everything, that they'll just...
Reserves should look after it. We've increased the reserves by, like I said, in the transportation, we went from 50 to 75,000, and every 2 years, we should be able to replace one if the price doesn't completely go out of reason for these TransStores. We get the first ones replaced, and then the rest, we're downsizing a bunch of them, and then we're on a program over the next 10 to 15 years of replacing every. By the time we get them all finished, replaced, we'll have to probably start over again on the, depending on the.
Never say you're never going to borrow money again.
No, that's right.
No, I just, that it's good to know that there's a plan in place so that it's a one-off, and if everything goes.
The one-off is the reality that we were hit with this all in once, that we had, like, we ended up with 13 originally under their, when they did their inspections, there was 13 of them, and we've wrinkled that around and changed it so that we're down to 6 that we're changing right away, moving 1 or 2 around and doing some repair and maintenance on the other ones so that they will last for at least another 5 years, and then our reserve should kick in and start looking at it. Hopefully.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. We had an
And
addition
other
to
one
the
that I
agenda,
had in
Alberta
there,
Care.
and I don't know, Scott had shown some interest, I gave him the same information, is as the board member for Alberta Care, they have their spring convention in Westlock, February 26th to the 28th, and it's just a request to attend.
Killer nice that time of year.
Fee is $475 for the conference fee. 3 nights, and then 2 Wednesday night and Thursday night. On the Tuesday is courses for landfill operators, and I don't attend them. It's for 2 nights at Westlock. And I don't know if Scott was wanting to go to that or not. I have no idea.
Yeah,
Give him the information, but.
Yeah, if I could, I would.
There's another one in the spring, or in the fall. There's, the spring one is, there's usually 2, one in the north and one in the south. This is the north one. There'll be another one down here somewhere.
Okay, I have to look at my schedule and see if I could do it. I'm not sure, but.
I'll move to approve both Deputy Reeve Clausen and Councillor Ben Armstrong.
Cannot believe how generous Councilor.
And to attend the Alberta Care Conference in Westlock in when? Sorry, was it?
February.
February.
26th to 28th.
26th to the 28th.
Yeah. And Margaret, I've got the application here for you. You can.
Yeah.
Any questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
Thank you. That's it for me.
There are 4 pieces of correspondence that were included in our package. A thank you letter from the town of Strathmore regarding the CRISP funding for 2017 there. Yeah, for 2017. There's also a letter and some information, the year-end report from SEWA. There's also correspondence from the Minister's Office regarding MSI funding, and a second piece regarding shallow gas tax relief initiative. And then a third piece was circulated this morning, a letter from Minister Madhu, just opening up invitation for meetings at the spring convention at RMA. So priority does say will be given to municipalities that were not able to meet with him at the fall convention, but we can ask again. We did have a couple of agenda items previously that we really just focused in on the MGA potential amendments that we were requesting around development permits that we've mainly experienced in relation to an RV campsite. We also had the assessment model changes or potential changes had previously been identified as a topic of discussion for him. And as well, the waste transstores, but it looks like a solution's been made for that. So the outstanding item that I have on our list is the assessment model changes. And then an ongoing topic of conversation is obviously the growth boards. I know administration is working. I've been in discussion with Reeves from some of our other rural municipalities about perhaps doing a joint letter to the ministry, just requesting follow-up on our conversations around the growth board and the resolution that was passed at RMA. Does anybody have any other topics?
Just a comment on the SAWA report. If you look at the first page, the pictures on there, that is what a waste energy plant looks like. They do not look like a dump or landfill.
Or a composting site.
Or, yeah, and there's one, I think it's in Switzerland, I'm not positive, but there's one, I'm sure it's in Switzerland, that has a ski hill on it.
Can we do that?
They ski down it.
At a composting site.
Yeah, and it's all, everything's inside, there's nothing outside. I toured 3 of these down in the States with SAWA 3-4 years ago, and there was one right beside an airport. They are very nice. Negative air pressure, so you open the door and nothing comes out. They're very.
You mean they can mitigate smell? Is there technology out there to do that?
Yeah, it's there. They're really something to see, and they're the ones that we were visiting down in Montana and down in there. They were right in town. Oh, just information.
Yeah, it was very informative.
More information in camera, but not now.
Okay. Any other questions or comments regarding the correspondence, and what are council's wishes for requesting a meeting with Minister Madhu?
I'll move to accept this information.
Questions or discussion?
Make sure we got our I's dotted and our T's crossed for him. He seems to be very, very particular, and his time is worth a lot.
Oh, absolutely.
Just a comment.
I would like to request a meeting with Minister Madhu. I think we have a few issues that would be good to follow up. Hopefully some of them we hear back prior to the spring convention, but if not, at least it's an opportunity to meet with him and mitigate cost around that too, if we're already there.
Get that opportunity to kiss the man on the lips.
Through the chair, what area is he represent? What area is he from?
Municipal Affairs.
I know.
Edmonton Southwest.
Oh, okay. I was just thinking he was down here somewhere when they were out. If he was down here in his local constituency, it'd be nicer to have him come here. Rather.
And he has come to Calgary, like the Growth Board, CMRB did meet with him in Calgary a couple of months ago. But I think it's worth asking if we're allotted some time with him. I think we can make it valuable for sure.
Yeah.
So
I'm thinking next month at our council meeting, we should have a list and then we can ratify.
he is
We got till the
requesting,
17th,
yeah,
then.
you betcha.
Yep.
Okay, we can accept his information now and then do some direction on meetings and agenda items at our first meeting in January. Any further questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. I will move us in camera to consider agenda items 4.1 through 4.5. All in favor? Motion is carried.
Oh, are we moving? Yeah. Leave the computer here. I'll just shut it down.
Ready? We're going to call the meeting back. Oh, sorry. I will move us out of
I already
camera.
did.
Oh, did we vote?
No, because I've been waiting. I put
Sorry.
it on the floor.
Councillor Wilson has moved us out of camera. All in favor? Motion is carried. We do have several motions arising from our in-camera matters. Yes.
I can start if you want.
Let's start with Carsland Fire Hall. 4.1.
I would like to make the motion to instruct staff to proceed with recommendations discussed in camera concerning the Carson Fire Station recommendations.
Council discussion or questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. Let's move to personnel matter.
Make a motion to direct the Reeve to proceed on a personnel matter as discussed and agreed in camera.
Discussion or questions?
Direct the Reeve to proceed on a personnel matter as discussed and agreed in camera.
Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. Land and development matter.
Be it resolved that council approves servicing plan 081 3350 block 1 lot 1 northwest 92222 west of the 4th for water, wastewater, gas, electrical, and transportation.
Did you get that, Margaret? Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried. You had one other.
Yeah, I would like to formally ask that Wheatland Council write a letter to Wheatland Housing Management Body and ask the process of picking the preferred site and reasonings why. Is that about right?
That's what you said.
Yeah. And reasons why other sites weren't selected.
Or ask about the selection process.
Selection process, yeah.
Yeah.
So let's deal with that one first.
Oh, okay, so you're going to do two, okay. Yeah.
Questions or discussion?
How's it read, Margaret?
To formally ask the Wheatland County.
Selection process. Yeah. That sounds better than I had ever.
Regarding the site for the lodge.
Regarding this preferred site for the lodge. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm curious on the selection process of that preferred site. Yes.
Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
And then I will move that, I move that council directs staff to look into the purchase of land as described in camera.
Questions or discussion? All in favor? Motion is carried.
I'll move to adjourn.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll move to adjourn.
All in favor? Motion is carried.